Dear participants of the conference, dear colleagues and friends, please let me greet you at the third scientific and practical conference perspectives of infrastructure of road transport. Our annual conference, which started in 2021, and since the beginning it was as a conference in cyberspace. This time takes place also in the cyberspace, and we will communicate through Zoom platform, and only several people who will be capable to present their presentations in our studio, which we organized in the institute. And I would like to express great thanks to all participants of this conference that you found the time and possibility to present your presentations and to connect. And we need to start now, this conference now. And I would like to stress that the conference takes place supported by the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine for transportation and infrastructure, and we received and later we will read the greetings for the participants from Yuriy Kisel, head of the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine for transport and infrastructure, and also we wait for a speech of Volodymyr Kreydenko, the deputy head of this committee. The participants of this conference are the government officials for infrastructure and also officials from authorities and many scientists from the Institute National Academy of Sciences and universities, also representatives of producers, namely Association of Automobile Producers, and also people from non-governmental organizations and so on. I would like to mention that the conference will keep for full 3 days. We will present for you almost 100 presentations if we don't have technical problems as last year. And also the presentations will be shown in Zoom. We have about 50 topics of these presentations which will not be shown but only announced. So if we have technical problems, for example air alerts and blackouts in different cities of Ukraine, we will show on YouTube the topics of the presentations and the collection of the presentations after the conference. And I would like to have a couple of words about the schedule and agenda. It has some peculiarities, and these peculiarities we felt them last year. We have a certain experience. I would like that they would not know such issues, and let's speak about them in advance. In case of air alerts, we will provide for our colleagues and our employees the shelters, and depending on the city or place in Ukraine where this alert will be announced, the break will be there, but the Zoom will continue, and people will be able to ask questions and discuss in the areas which are not under the air alert. So if we have a blackout, we will also, if internet will be switched off, we will go into reserve channels, telecommunication, and reserve electricity sources. Also, we will need about 15-20 minutes to switch off and switch over. And if it comes like this, but our studio and organizers and technical support will work. They have uninterrupted energy supply, so the YouTube platform will be on, and you will be able to communicate, make comments, and ask questions, not to waste our time. So in such cases like air alerts, blackouts, some communication interruptions, we will start again our work in a certain time. So please stay on the platform in Zoom, because we had some situations last year. We had hundreds of participants. It's very difficult to explain to everyone and give the consultations to all at a time. So we are overwhelmed with incoming calls, and we cannot explain to everyone all these recommendations. So please stay in Zoom all the time. And as for other issues, if there will be transfers of speeches for any reasons, it could be, and if we have some gaps in time, so we will react very fast to the request of the presenters to transfer the presentations even to other days. So keep the contact, not by phone, but better write to our technical support, and all these points will be arranged. Also, I would like to say that if we have some changes in the order of presentations and somebody waits for their turn, and please call us, call the organizers, and they will provide you when this presentation can be made, on which turn, and so on. So I would like to wish us fruitful work, that our conference would be utmost efficient. The Ukraine will be reconstructed, and the results of these speeches and presentations, which we will hear today and 2 more days, they will be kept at the base of reconstruction of our country. And thank you. I wish you a good work. My introductory word is finished, and now you will hear the technical consultation, how to use Zoom, because from previous years we know that sometimes it creates sometimes beyond of control problems for technical agenda of the conference. So good morning to all participants, and there is a small instruction which you can use for your convenience in Zoom. So on your screens, so good morning, participants. You have a small instruction which you can see on the screens, and it is possible to switch on the translation, and there is a line below. So you can use the language. There is a tool to raise hand if you want to talk. There is a tool for chat, and there is a tool of a microphone. And then you can switch on the microphone, switch on your camera, and talk. big request, please rename yourself in Zoom so that we would be capable to identify you and find you in the list for your special rights in Zoom so that we would demonstrate you on the screen. So this is all. So if you have questions, please write in the chat for the administration, so that is the assistant. And thank you. Please use these rules, especially so that the technical support do not allow to switch on the microphone, but just watch it. And dear colleagues, according to our agenda, we have the greetings, and I said already we received the greeting word from Yuriy Kisel, and so please read the word. So good morning. Let me to read this greeting words. So I'm welcoming you, the scientists and representatives of transportation companies with this conference. In the conditions of full-scale war, the scientific expert and information support for the problems and defining strategic development of road transport and infrastructure is not only decreasing but gets very relevant, and the topics of the conference they are targeted at the not only technological issues of transportation field which are suffering through the invasion, but for solving economic problems of the people. And I'm sure that the presentations and discussions for solving of long-term issues in the economy and focusing on the needs of the population in the field of road transportation, and first of all the safety. They will support energy supply and the well-being of the people, and I know that our experience will help us to overcome all the difficulties, and we will fight the enemy. And I wish all participants of the conference fruitful work. Yuriy Kisel, head of the committee of Verkhovna Rada for transport and transport infrastructure. And thank you, and the greetings from deputy head of the committee of Verkhovna Rada, candidate Volodymyr Kreydenko. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see you at the third scientific and practical conference, practical issues of the development of road transport infrastructure. I would like to greet all participants from all our committee in Verkhovna Rada, and really our country goes through a very difficult period, and the transportation industry is not excluded, but during these times we needed to find solutions, and I'm sure that the development of automobile transport and infrastructure will play a very big role in the national economy. During these times, we all scientists and practitioners, we should work to overcome today's challenges and restore the infrastructure. And this conference is a very big flow for creation of a new basis for development of the transportation industry. Later, this third conference would be come as a flow for development new knowledge in the transportation industry of Ukraine. And the glory to Ukraine and glory to the heroes passengers. Thank you, Volodymyr, for this very good greeting. And we continue our conference. And the greetings of participants from the Ministry of Communities, Territories, Infrastructure, Development of Ukraine, aspects of the European integration of Ukraine in the field of road transport from Aleksandr, Deputy Director of the Department for International Cooperation and European Integration of Ministry of Infrastructure. Please. Aleksandr. Maybe Aleksandr couldn't take part, and if he is on, I will give him the floor. But the next greeting from the Ministry for Communities, Territories, Infrastructure is Sergiy Aleksandrov, Head of Division for Transport Technical Regulations. So, greetings to all, and very happy to see you all. Dear colleagues, I greet you, the participants of the third scientific conference, Perspectives of Development of Road Transport and Infrastructure, and the country and the transport industry. They need the cooperation of all branches of power and manufacturers, and in the sense of planning and restoration of the country after the war, and especially in the context of European integration and the way for European integration, and altogether in the future of Ukraine in the European Union. They need the big work in national legislation for assuring safety, and in such field very sensitive as technical regulation of road transport, taking into account the realities and the limitations of the country, which the country should fight during the time of after war restoration. Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine, they decided not only to be integrated in the European Union, but to achieve absence of accidents. For this, the ministry works for many years with the state enterprise, state scientific and research institute for in the field of road transportation, and the state enterprise has a very big scientific and intellectual potential in developing the resources of Ukraine for the industry and for the country. And today's conference is a very big means for all participants of the conference to achieve these goals. And please let me invite for this work participants of the conference, workers of the universities, and namely the National Academy of the Sciences. This conference, which becomes more and more powerful every year, gives us the opportunity for cooperation in different fields and make us more and more sure for our victory. Let me wish to honorable participants of the conference a very good participation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sergiy, for your welcoming remarks. The next following welcoming remarks will be made by Aleksandr Diachenko, acting head of the Department for Internal Automotive Transportation at the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development. I can see you that you are online with us. You're welcome. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. It's wonderful that during this demanding time, everyone can still attend to their own business, and science keeps developing in Ukraine. It's fantastic that we can continue working together. I'm not much into providing welcoming remarks. So from more practical standpoint, let me say the following. We, the Department of Internal Transportation, Carriageways and Transportation of Ukraine, are focused on solving and tackling practical issues, and when handling those, developing and implementing the state governmental policies. For me, as a chief, and for my team, what matters is to make sure that all of these solutions are valid from scientific point of view, forecasting, anticipating different risks, calculating these risks, as well as troubleshooting for this risk is of enormous importance for us. Let me also speak about a few priorities that we are working with today. During this conference, as well as during our personal interaction, it's very much significant for you to provide your expert analysis concerning taking proper decisions. First and foremost, something which is on the agenda of our department is the transparency and openness of decision-making in transportation area. The purpose is very plain and simple: to make sure that decisions are taken quickly, with minimal corruption risks, transparently. Competition and contest selection should become something of a must and clearly understandable for all of the participants, so that there are no questioning concerning the decisions taken. Next thing is the implementation of a single electronic ticket. The opportunities that opens up for analyzing data, it's a prerequisite for us to plan efficiently for transportation solutions. Another thing which is a tackled an assignment for us is insurance of transportation, the development of different scientific criteria to make sure that this insurance performs its practical function. The fourth point is implementing systemic solutions for maintaining high standards for passenger and cargo transshipments. In other words, every driver needs to be properly trained, healthy, adhere to the schedules of rest times in order to prevent any accidents. Also, investigating the causes of accidents and effective solutions for that are of utmost importance for us. One more element which is in the focus of our attention right now, these are different bus stations as focal points for passengers, developing different procedures so that they can handle the passengers properly. So, of course, this is not an exhaustive list for our department, but these are the core things that we are definitely going to tackle in the nearest future. We also are mindful of other global things like implementing transportation modeling. However, we are keenly aware that in the short-term perspective, this field requires a lot of practical solutions undertaken by our ministry. Therefore, I will be very much grateful if you provide your assistance to us. Thank you, and I hope that the following 3 days will be very fruitful. So I wish you fantastic work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. We will do our best, and we need to make sure that everything works out for the best. Now, greetings to the participants. On behalf of the National Technical University of Ukraine, Igor Sikorsky Kiev Polytechnic Institute, the welcoming remarks will be presented by Vitaly Pasechnik, the Pro-Rector of the University on Scientific Activity. He's a Doctor of Technical Sciences and Professor. You're welcome. Dear participants of the conference, dear Mr. Viktor, in the first place, I would like to thank you for this participation extended to me to participate in the work of this conference. Of course, I would like to thank the Armed Forces of Ukraine, who every day and every minute are making it possible for us to communicate and be here online. Therefore, a huge thank you to the Army of Ukraine for this opportunity to do that. Let me also pass the welcoming remark from Mr. Zborovsky, the rector of our National Technical University. I would like to wish you successful work, and in my introductory remarks, let me also dwell on 2 aspects, which from our perspective are of extreme importance, because the rest revolves around them. I mean, the substantive nature of this conference. Point 1 to make: how can all of us become useful and help the Army of Ukraine to gain victory? Of course, this is all about new scientific solutions, state-of-the-art technologies, new approaches. Information system development is something that every scientist in his workstation can propose and seek for cooperation with those who are necessary and implement all of these systems. This is our mission. That's something that each and every one can do for the sake of gaining our victory. Second aspect: Today are the times, I would say, of revolutionary changes in the transportation area. The emergence of cyber-physical systems like UAVs, for example, the development of information systems, all of this sets new assignments that require in-depth, substantive attention of academics and scientists for the further development and integrating all of these developments in the advanced scientific progress. And I suppose that these two focus points explain to us very clearly what we are supposed to do, how we are supposed to proceed. Henceforth, of course, a lot of scientific and practical work needs to ensue, implementation of certain developments that will serve achieving those two goals. Of course, I would like to wish the participants of our conference today fruitful work, to be able to represent their work themselves, find interesting presentations, maybe some developments and solutions, of course, networking opportunities and partners. And of course, I wish all of us a speedy victory so that we can deal with our scientific and technical work in a peaceful manner. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vitaly. The next welcoming remarks on behalf of the Federation of the Transport Employers of Ukraine by the ex-minister and the chair of the Federation, the full member of the Transportation Academy of Ukraine, Mr. Orest Klympush. Orest, I can see you online. The floor is yours. Good morning. Dear honorable friends, esteemed professionals, scientific professionals in the transportation area, it's a great pleasure for me to join all of the wonderful greetings that have already been sounded here by distinguished, competent representatives of the Parliament of Ukraine, the Line Ministry, and scientific institutions. It's also a great pleasure for me that yet another scientific conference is taking place on the basis of our National Transportation Vehicle Research and Development Institute, which has been functioning very successfully throughout many years and commands great authority. Regarding transportation in Ukraine, the situation has changed drastically. Nowadays, the society is very practical in its assessments and understanding the role which the transportation has to play in ensuring the efficiency of the economy and functioning of the government overall, making sure that its armed forces remain operational and efficient. Therefore, it's of significance, of great significance, all of the topics which are on the agenda of your conference. It's evident how many important issues are going to be touched upon, which are a focal point of many of you. But I'll highlight one point. The circumstances have developed in such a way that the transportation vehicles are attracting a lot of attention, and special attention indeed. Let me also share some more information with you. Just last week, on the 1st of December, we held a traditional meeting with the management, with the Minister Kubrakov, his Deputy Minister Derchak, and the Agency on Recovery, Mr. Naem, the chair of this agency, about the practical issues which are of greatest importance, the burning issues for Ukraine right now. So let me share with you that we have discussed the situation very rigorously concerning making sure that we have to develop and utilize all of the contemporary opportunities which are there on the border with the Western counterparts, Western neighbors. We also spoke about the development of checkpoints, crossing points on the border of Ukraine with its Western neighbors. But something that I put an emphasis on is that the current situation enables us to turn to the European Union, to reach out to them and to try to find funding for setting up new checkpoints and cross-border points to ensure access to the West. Because you can see that we are tackling a lot of difficulties. All of the society in Ukraine is buzzing about what is happening on the Ukrainian-Polish border. This is critical, and we were looking for the ways to impact a possible solution, and we will also be reaching out to the Parliament of Ukraine to approve the law on the access of transportation market based on resolution of the European Union number 1071, and it's extremely important for us today to reach out to the European Union and ask for respective funding. We have to fund the setting up of these checkpoints and crossing points, something that was already regulated some 30 years ago. This is in Deda, Banesdoros, the border with Hungary, near Beregovo. However, this crossing point may as well become a foundation for the new transition across the Carpathians. We have to build a new highway via the Carpathian Mountains of the highest possible class in order to make sure that we do not traverse the roads that were built years and years ago along the valleys and the banks of the rivers, which are very much restricted, but based on new standards. We require a big highway, and we agreed that we will be looking for ways to draw the attention of the European institutions exactly to that. I suppose that this issue, as well as other issues raised today, as well as tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, during this conference, will allow us to concentrate and find the solutions that will ensure modern and efficient activities of the transportation as an industry in Ukraine. I wish you every success to make sure that all of your ideas are well versed, discussed, and on the basis of that, new requirements will be established for the society of Ukraine. Happiness, good, strong health to you, and glory to the heroes of Ukraine. On behalf of everyone, I would like to say, Mr. Orest, thank you very much for your wonderful welcoming remarks to all of our participants. Next, welcoming remarks on behalf of the Association of the International Motor Carriers of Ukraine will be presented by Leonid Kostyuchenko, the head of the Association of International Motor Carriers of Ukraine, full member of the Transportation Academy of Ukraine, ex-Minister of Transportation of Ukraine. I'm very much grateful that during this demanding, hard times, you have taken time to join our conference. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues and counterparts. Good morning, dear organizers of such an important conference for us all. I'm sure that today's conference will give us an impetus to find new government statist solutions in order to improve the system of transportation carrier problems and issues. As it was said already, as of now, transportation and vehicle field is of utmost importance. As you remember, in the overall volume of transshipments before the war, this was 16%. However, today it's more than 64% of all of the transshipments, and it stands to logic that there are numerous issues to do with that, and I suppose that our today's conference will provide us with numerous answers to these many issues. Of course, these are cross and checkpoints, the blocks and pickets that we have on the border of Ukraine with Poland. More than 1,000 different vehicles have already been blocked on the border of Ukraine with Poland. And this is already defies any logic. Even the Ministry of Transportation of Ukraine and European structures cannot tackle that. And of course, we will be asking at the level of the government, we'll be reaching out to the President of Ukraine to provide his solution to this problem. Secondly, I suppose that this conference is taking place at a very opportune time for us to discuss the prospects, as well as speak about the relevance, and most importantly, about the opportunities and possibilities that our industry has to offer. Therefore, I wish all of the participants every success, and I'm sure that we will be able to solve a whole range of different issues which arise, and we'll be able to discuss them at the level of the Parliament of Ukraine. There, by the way, there is a bill of law which requires adopting in order for us to comply with the requirements of the European standards and laws. So all of our efforts have to be united for the transportation to comply with the martial law requirements, under the conditions of which all of us are functioning right now. Of course, I wish all of you peace and quiet times and victory. Thank you very much, Mr. Leonid. Mr. Kostyuchenko. The next welcoming remarks are presented by the National Transportation University, by Doctor of Technical Scientists and Professor Rector of the National Transport University, Ms. Olena Slavinska. I can see that you're online. Dear participants, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Rector Management, let me greet you on the beginning of this conference and wish you all very constructive and fruitful work. Today we are working under very demanding times, under martial war, and the social and economic development of our country is threatened, which requires from us the greatest concentration of our efforts, self-denial, and of course well-balanced approach to taking scientific and technical decisions. Since the introduction of the martial law, the transportation infrastructure has been performing the most important function of relocating military equipment, people, humanitarian cargoes, ensuring that the economy of Ukraine continues functioning. Social and economic infrastructure continues being effective. Concerning scientists, and our university in particular, our university is taking part in offering different solutions. In 2023, together with the Dutch embassy in Ukraine, the embassy of the Netherlands of Ukraine, with the consultations of Practicum, we held 3 webinars dedicated to solutions in housing, infrastructure, and transportation industry. Over the last 11 months, we have provided for the fulfillment of 112 scientific works, and the general funding for the year 2023 is over 2 million hryvnias, despite all of the difficulties. 71 economic, scientific, and practical works are being carried out. 3 of them are international. During the current year at our university, we are going to start another international project, and the main customers are the Agency for Recovery, different kinds of departments for transportation in Ukraine, different institutions placed in the west of Ukraine. And concerning the topic of your conference here, the volume of funding over the last 11 months stands at nearly 7 million. All of the state commissioning works are being carried out, and this comes up to 32% of the overall agreement. And we held one international conference this year. One of these conferences was dedicated to young scientists, the recovery of the infrastructural development of Ukraine. The very broad topicality of that conference was maintained and supported, because there are a lot of hot and burning and relevant issues were raised. As of now, concerning young people in particular, we have a lot of postgraduate students, 250 of them, and their predominant majority are studying on a contract basis. As of now, the university has provided accreditation for 9 international scientific programs. This is the 3rd education international level over the 11 last months at different specialized councils. different 6 dissertation papers have been defended, a doctorate, a candidate, a thesis, and another scientific paper have been defended. So despite all of these difficult times, science keeps proceeding, and I'm sure that this scientific and practical conference will always be a particular boost in order to popularize scientific approach in the transportation sector in particular, which will definitely facilitate the recovery of Ukraine. Once again, let me greet you and wish you scientific inspiration and most possibly the peaceful sky above our heads. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Національна академія наук України на цій конференції представлена Інститутом проблем моделювання в енергетиці Національної академії наук України. І слово надається Мохору Володимиру Володимировичу, директору Інституту проблем моделювання в енергетиці Національної академії наук України, доктору технічних наук, професору, члену-кореспонденту Національної академії наук України. Прошу, Володимир Володимирович, я бачу ви в ефірі.
Дякую, Віктор Михайлович, за запрошення. Шановні колеги, дозвольте вас привітати з початком конференції, дозвольте привітати таке потужне наукове зібрання. Ну і з свого боку, для того, щоб не дуже розтягуватись, я хочу акцентувати вашу увагу на 2 аспектах. Перший аспект – це спрямованість конференції, якщо брати консолідовано, спрямованість конференції на питання забезпечення стійкості в сенсі резильєнтності. Це зараз мейнстрім у світі, і під цей мейнстрім світ
This is a mainstream, and a lot of funding is being allocated in this area. This is the second aspect that I would like to dwell on, because as usual, all scientists, we all comprehend that the main issue right now is where to locate, to source money for our research. However, right now in the world,
we have, I would say that now we have a certain crisis of executors. So our institute has quite a big experience today to involve foreign currency to perform scientific research. And we are in the situation when the flow of orders is more than the number of scientists who can perform these orders. So, dear colleagues, please be united. It will let us solve this issue, how to perform the scientific research. And I would like to wish everyone peaceful sky, and thank you for your attention. If you need my contact details, please, you will find them through the institute. And thanks again. Thank you, Volodymyr, and for these greetings. And we will let's work, and we establish the cooperation with the Academy of Sciences, and thank you very much. Next greetings is from Kharkiv Automobile Road Institute, and I see you in Zoom. So welcome. So I greet all the participants of the participants on behalf of Kharkiv National Automobile Highway University, and we are very proud for this very long-term cooperation with the organizers of the conference, State Research Institute, and we have more than 25 participants from our university, and from all faculties, which shows our very big interest in this conference. And as always, our scientists they work on improvement of road transportation industry. We cooperate with European scientific community, and we work in international studying centers, and we use international grants, and also we focus our efforts to solve the problems related to war and consequences. Everything you can see in our speeches which will be present at this conference, which are related to reintegration of our territories and provision of opportunities for businesses in road transportation industry, improvement of structure of design of cars and so and normally the interest at such conferences we created really good relations and traditions which permit to develop very efficiently our science and industry. So I wish all big results to all participants and peace and our victory. Thank you, Viktor, and the next greetings is from Kharkiv National Technical University, Kharkiv Political Institute. So I see the Andriy. So thank you very much. Dear colleagues, let me greet you on behalf of our university, Kharkiv National Technical University, to greet all participants. And I would say that that this conference, the third conference, according to the schedule, is the factor which shows that we are unbreakable. We are solid, and we are striving for our victory, and gives assurance to the people who work at the transportation, and that the scientists who gather at such a conference, they discuss very interesting proposals, scientific component, educational component, and from my point of view, it gives us assurance and forces and to all who hear all this and know about this. So of course I support these words which were said before to all participants who greeted the conference, and I would like to stress the following. Today we can speak about the unification function of the state today. This is for the transport, and it's very important and powerful for Ukraine. The second, here we have a very important aspects which relate the practice of transportation, the science and education, and these are which can give the maximum effect today. Also, I would like to draw your attention because of this. Nobody spoke about this. But I would like to show you a very important aspect. The thing is that the war not only destroyed the transportation systems, the roads, bridges, logistics, the war destroyed families, it destroyed teams of performers with appropriate functions and technologies. And today, first of all, maybe for the university, it's a very big task to train innovators and performers to perform the tasks which are shown at this conference. We can have money, we can have everything possible, but if you don't have the performance, so it is a nightmare. So that is why it is one of the main tasks which I think should be included with some recommendations at the conclusions of the conference, our conference, and not. There are very many relevant issues, but I stopped at this, and I wish all of us, the participants of the conference, fruitful work. I wish that we could propose innovative new solutions which will be for the sake of for the benefit of our country and as the industry which we represent. Thank you, Andriy. And one more greeting from Vinnytsia National Technical University. Victor, the rector of Vinnytsia, Doctor of Technical Sciences, professor, academic of the Academy of Sciences. Victor, please. Good morning, participants of and organizers of the conference. I wish everyone fruitful work. I would like to thank our industry, scientific and research institute, so that they involved so many institutions and universities in this conference, because the road transportation, as it was said today, plays a very big role in the economy. So we have more than 60% of transportation in the country. It's a very big growth, and which put us very big challenges. Development of such transportation is very important during the war, and its role maybe not will not be less, but even bigger after the war. And so we need the big numbers of qualified specialists who would solve these problems during the restoration of our country. So of course we would wish that it would start as soon as possible, and all the scientists and including from our university, we do everything to speed up our victory. We have lots of developments, we have lots of proposed solutions, and maybe it would not be necessary to speak in public today. It would be information for our enemies, but I am sure that today we all receive a bigger amount of new information. We will share our information. We will be able to use it in our scientific work, in the studies of our students, and transportation. I would like to stress again, today it is developing very fast, and it needs very good specialists to prepare and to train the specialists. We needed to exchange information, and this conference is very important for this. I'm very much pleased to see at this conference many familiar faces, many scientists with whom at first it was COVID, and until now we couldn't communicate as normally, but the technical means allow us to communicate online today, and it's very good. So once again, thanks again to the organizers, and I wish all participants fruitful work and active and good health, peaceful sky, and very fast victory for us, so that we would work in the peaceful, independent Ukraine, could communicate and run such conferences as normally. And glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes, and thank you, Victor, and dear participants of the conference. here we run out of the portfolio of greetings, and we come to the presentations, and everyone has the program, everyone knows the sequence, and I would like to stress once again that at some very important points. First, the agenda. 12 minutes maximum. I take for myself this not so pleasant duty. If it goes too long, I will remind and to reduce the time of the presentation, because from the last year we saw in the experience that we are not able to be on time, and somebody will be not capable to make the presentations. So we work in cyberspace, and cyberspace it is the information system, and if some presenters have the disruptions during the presentations, and we don't see the contact after 1 minute of waiting, we will go to another presentation, and this presentation we will shift to some other time. So from last year's experience, we saw that without such practice we will lose a lot. And third technical advice: if the communication was not good, internet was weak, just go into the mode without video, because video needs much more resources for traffic, and go into audio traffic, and maybe it will improve the connection. So let's work further. The first is our presenter, is Adnan Rahman, Managing Director of the Dutch consulting company, the doctor from Netherlands. Adnan Rahman has two presentations you see in your program, and I will not announce them not to lose the time. Adnan Rahman decided kindly to combine them into one presentation, as it is very important for Ukraine, for restoration of Ukraine and development. These are very important aspects in such presentation. So we'll give more time to these presenters than we normally establish them during our agenda. So please, your presentations.
Morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk today. I'm going to be talking about how to plan for recovery and reconstruction using data and models. In addition to talking about the data and models, I'll also provide one example of how models and data are actually used for the purposes of planning. I have a lot of slides, but I'm going to be talking quite quickly through some of them, and I'll focus more on others. Obviously, Ukraine has been facing huge challenges since February of last year. The task of rebuilding Ukraine is going to pose even bigger challenges. It's going to require creativity. It's going to require unconventional thinking, and it's going to require very careful planning because resources are always limited and finite. And the other point to remember is that this recovery and reconstruction is going to take time. It will not be achieved overnight. The reconstruction and recovery of Europe after the Second World War took almost 5 decades. And this is important to remember because the planning offers a longer-term perspective, and that is exactly one of the things which I think is necessary in thinking about how Ukraine should go forward. So let me start with a few questions. We talk about rebuilding and recovering, but Which of the destroyed and damaged objects should be rebuilt and why? Whose perspectives, whose opinions, whose objectives should guide the rebuilding and recovery? How should the priorities be defined? How should the projects which are to be implemented and realized? What are their priorities? What is this reconstruction going to cost? What is the best use of limited resources? These and many more such questions are very important, and it's very important that they be addressed and answered well. And models and data can help us to address some of these questions. This picture that I'm sharing is essentially to outline the complexity of the construction process, which is inevitable. You have a large number of competing criteria, you have a large number of actors, and you have a long-term horizon to take into account. And it is very difficult to do this in a transparent, inclusive, equitable manner, which offers actually the biggest bang for the buck and is based on evidence. And these are the principles that the recovery and reconstruction process should adhere to as it starts. So let me briefly go over this planning cycle. There should be a vision and goal, because yes, reconstruction and recovery is important, very important, but we have also talked about building back better. But what do you want to build back? And what does this building back look like? How are we going to measure our performance in achieving these goals? How are we going to identify the needs, the national needs, the needs of the different oblasts, the romadas of the different cities? And there are many different ways to meet these needs. Who's going to identify these alternatives? Who's going to do the analysis that is necessary? Who's going to provide the approvals? Who's going to provide the resources? How is all this going to be monitored? Who are the actors that are going to be involved? So you can see that this is a rather complex process, and it is a complex process, and I don't want to simplify it more than it should be. So I'm going to ask some questions about each one of these points. And I'm not going to read all of them, but I'm be happy to provide this presentation and you can look at them later. But what is important is not just, okay, there's a piece of infrastructure that has been damaged and we should rebuild it. Yes, maybe. But you should also ask the question, what should the Ukrainian transport sector look like in 2040? And this is important because the short term is part of the longer term. What are the specific objectives that you want to set for the transport sector and for different parts of the transport sector? How are you going to identify needs of the country, of the regions, the oblasts, the romadas, the cities? And how are you going to prioritize these needs? How are you going to develop and define solutions to meet these future needs? Who is going to be responsible for the analysis? Are there resources enough to do the analysis? This is one of the Achilles' heel in Ukraine, that the analysis is often not done adequately or deeply enough. Do you have the people to carry out the analysis? What is the process for the development of plans? Who is responsible for this process? Who is responsible for approving the plans? And the importance of this is that these questions need to be addressed before you actually start the process of actual reconstruction and recovery. What is the process for developing a program of work? Who has the legal responsibility for doing this? How are you going to select and choose projects? What are the decision criteria that you're going to use to select these projects? How are you going to monitor progress? Do you have the data? Are you planning to collect the data? Are you going to have enough resources to be able to monitor and measure your progress? Typically, one of the things which is often done is once a project starts getting implemented, you don't worry about its progress. Then you want to ask yourself, how's the private sector going to be involved? What role is it going to play in this process? How's the public going to be involved? What will be the role of government? How will the different levels of government be involved in this process? So I've raised a lot of questions. And answering these questions is going to be important in helping to create a consensus around the overall objectives which are defined as part of this reconstruction and recovery process. Is going to provide support for the process and what is included in this process. It means that you will be able to have synergies amongst the stakeholders. You will all be working towards the same goals, which will obviously facilitate and speed up this process. Now, models and data, they can contribute to this recovery process, and they should be used to guide this process. And I want to emphasize here that models in particular, they provide a language for debate and discussion. They don't provide answers. They provide the basis for carrying out this debate in a rational, systematic, and rigorous manner. And the more evidence you have, the more analysis you have, the better the quality of this debate. And rather than hurry up and start implementing projects, one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that it's important to actually give enough time to analysis and to consider the available evidence and to debate the different perspectives which are inevitably there when you're trying to define future objectives, set priorities, allocate resources. This is critical. So the more time you spend up front, the smoother this process is going to be. So let's talk about data. Now, one of the first things that we can talk about is the data on the damage and destruction that has taken place and continues to take place. So obviously, where is this damage and destruction taking place? What is the extent of this damage? What is the effect of this damage on the performance of the transport networks from a national perspective, from a regional perspective, from a local perspective? So the damage can be tremendous at a local level, but from a national point of view, one could still conclude that for the moment, this is not debilitating for the national transportation network. Then what is the urgency of repairing the damage and destruction in different parts of the transportation networks? How do we define these priorities? So in order to do this, the government of Ukraine, together with the World Bank and a few other partners, has been engaging in an exercise called the Rapid Damage Needs Assessment Exercise. And the purpose of this exercise has been to collect data on the damage which has been taking place and to assess needs. And in order to do this, the World Bank has a template. This template is sent out by the Ministry for Restoration, or what is now known as the Ministry of Restoration, to each oblast. And the oblast administration sends this template to the cities and to the Romadas to collect this data. The World Bank receives the data and it processes it. One of the things which is striking is that there's no real centralized database of all the damage which is taking place. And this data collection exercise has not included the ports or the airports. But this is essentially the results of the rapid damage needs assessment exercise number 2, which has taken place. And a third exercise is taking place. Now, why am I talking about this? I'm talking about this because this exercise served a purpose, which is to provide a rough estimate, and I emphasize a rough estimate of the damage and destruction that has taken place, and an estimate of what it would require in terms of resources to rebuild these assets which have been damaged. However, it does not ask the question, should this infrastructure be rebuilt? Should it be rebuilt in the same way that it existed before it was damaged and destroyed? And these are important questions to ask. Of course, some infrastructure is critical. You know, if you need houses, you need to build houses, and you need to do it very quickly. But other infrastructure is not something that you can decide on necessarily so quickly, or should decide on so quickly. So this exercise has served a purpose, but one needs to go beyond it. One of the things which this exercise does not do is it does not really validate the data. The data needs to be validated. It should be audited. And it should also be corroborated using satellite imagery, at least to some extent. What is also important is that this data which is collected is essentially that their infrastructure has been damaged, but it does not really say how badly the infrastructure has been damaged or what the effect of this damage has been on the usability of the infrastructure. Is it completely unusable? Is it 50% usable? Is it 80% unusable? So at some point, there should be a technical assessment of the infrastructure. What is also important is that this exercise uses benchmarks from neighboring countries to determine the cost estimates for restoring this infrastructure to exactly the same status as it was before the war started. And I think this is not really realistic, to be honest, because I think one has to work with Ukrainian cost estimates. And I think it would be useful if some standardized cost estimates were developed for Ukraine in particular. Also, there's a lot of data actually which is not collected. So for example, and I'm using these as examples of things which are missing. So once you have collected the data on the damage, you also want to think about what is the future demand going to look like. But you cannot answer this question unless you collect data on the mobility behavior of the Ukrainian population. In the past, this data has been available only sporadically, and the quality of the data has not always been what it should be, and there are gaps in the data. So for example, in Ukraine, there is no mobility survey or travel survey which is carried out. Where do people travel? Why and how? Also, the quality of the data on freight transport, which is very important, it's become very clear during this war how important logistics and freight transportation are. The quality of the data on freight transport by road in Ukraine clearly needs to be addressed. It's not good at all. It's very dubious quality. So one of the obvious things to do would be to fill in these gaps. And so, for example, one of the things which one could do in terms of preparing for the recovery and reconstruction for the longer term would be institute something like a national household travel survey for Ukraine, covering all of Ukraine. And based on new technology, not to mimic what has been done in the past in terms of pen and paper surveys, but really to use technology in a way that will allow Ukraine to leapfrog in terms of collecting mobility data. And it obviously needs to cover all modes of transport. And I'll provide one example of how actually this can be done. So the kinds of data you need really to be able to answer this question is you need to have fairly detailed data on households, the composition of the households, how they travel, where they travel, when they travel, and how often they travel. And of course, one can go into a great deal of detail into each element here, but this is just to give you a sense of the kind of data which can be used and which is needed in order to do any kind of modeling. So the data collection which I'm proposing is, or one way to do it would be to use smartphones. So I'm not suggesting the use of mobile phone data provided by operators, but I'm suggesting using smartphones in an intelligent manner to collect data in a scientific way, which is consistent with scientific sampling principles, so that you get a representative sample which you can use to generalize to the Ukrainian population. It allows you to collect data which is of higher quality than what you can do with more traditional approaches, such as a 7-day travel diary approach. And it allows you to collect more detailed data than what you can do. So for example, with the travel diary approach, you do not really have data on the routes which are used by households and people and individuals. With GPS data, you can actually collect data on routes, which allows you to do much more detailed planning. I won't go into too much detail, but suffice it to say that there is a basic architecture that one would have to implement in order to collect data using smartphones and using GPS data. And all of this, what you're seeing on the slide, is relatively trivial to implement. And what is most important, it is relatively inexpensive compared to the traditional approaches. Once you have put in place the architecture, the technical architecture and the institutional architecture for implementing such a data collection exercise, the cost of collecting and continuing to collect data declines. It becomes near zero. So it's very limited cost compared to what you get back. Think about the kinds of investments that are going to be needed in the future, not just immediately to restore the damage and destruction, but to restore Ukrainian transport to, let's say, a world-class transportation sector. Those investments that are going to be needed are huge. How will you decide whether those investments are the best investments for Ukraine? And this war illustrates this. You know, there's talk by the European Commission about creating a 1435 millimeter gauge network, which is parallel to the 1530 gauge, which already exists in Ukraine. Is this sensible? I'm not saying it's not sensible, but I'm asking the question, is this sensible? Could you show me how you have estimated whether this is sensible? Are you going to be able to pay for this? How long will it take you to pay for this? What is the best way to finance this? These are all questions which should be addressed before such large projects are actually undertaken. And I understand the urgency that there's a war, but still, I won't go into this slide. This is just a snapshot of a system which is used to collect this data that I'm talking about, the detailed mobility data. I won't go too much into it, but suffice it to say that this approach would provide you with sufficient data in which you have confidence so that you can actually base your decisions on analysis using this data. And one of the big question marks that always comes up when you use models is, oh, this model is not giving the right result, or it's not accurate enough. And we have been developing a national transport model in Ukraine for the past several years. And one of the critiques that was often directed at this effort was oh, but the volume of freight transport or passenger transport between such and such city and such city is not accurate. Well, it's only as accurate as the data that you have provided us. And I don't say this defensively, but this is just a general rule that you cannot provide results which are better than the data that you put into the model. So it's very, very important to have data that you can rely on and trust. Okay, enough said about data. Let me turn to models. So in addition to the damaged and destroyed infrastructure, you also want to talk and consider about the future needs, which is also a part of the recovery and rebuilding exercise. And how are you going to define the future needs and requirements? And how are you going to fit the current reconstruction efforts into this long-term future? And how are you going to do it in a way that makes the most efficient use of scarce and limited resources? These are questions which models can help you to address. Models can actually help you establish a vision. They can help you understand what is the effect of changes, for example, in the population, in the economic structure of the Ukrainian economy. They can also help you design resilient and robust transportation systems given the geopolitical threat of a neighbor such as Russia. So, for example, we talk about the ports on the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea. It's clear that as long as you have Russia as a neighbor, you cannot just rely on these ports for your exports and imports. You need to have a logistic system in place which provides you with more alternatives. Models can help you to assess both opportunities and challenges that you will face in the transport sector in the future. It helps you to define alternatives for realizing the goals which you set yourself. It helps you to assess the costs and benefits of each and multiple courses of action. And finally, last but not least, if you do the analysis, and the analysis is based on good, high-quality data, it will help you to attract investors and investments into Ukraine. And I guarantee you that given the scale of reconstruction that will be needed, there is no donor and there's no international financial institution that can meet these needs without the involvement of private sector and capital coming from the private sector to be invested in opportunities that will be there in the future once this horrible war comes to an end. Now, I often have heard in the past year, we don't have time to build a model, or we don't have the data that is needed to run these models. The model is not accurate. It's not been properly validated, so we can't use it. So I just want to say a few things about bad models. I don't know of a single model which is not a bad model. There is no single model that I know of that cannot be contradicted by one or the other data. But just because a model is quote unquote a bad model, it doesn't mean it's entirely useless. A bad model can still be used to create logical paths from assumptions to conclusion. But because it is a model, and all models are bad, you cannot use the model to do everything, or you cannot use one model to do everything. You have to be careful also in how you use models. One of the things which has struck me in working in Ukraine on the national transport model is that we have been asked by various stakeholders and officials about various uses for the model. Now, this is a national model. It's meant to be a strategic model of the transport sector and transport situation in Ukraine. It cannot be used, for example, for evaluating urban transport. There are specific instances when maybe it could be used, for example, to assess the effect of building a ring road around Kiev. But you have to be careful in how you use a model as well. You should not oversell the models. So one of the things which I would like to spend a little bit of time on is what are the legitimate uses of models, in particular to support the rebuilding and recovery of Ukraine. One is a bookkeeping device. You know, models use databases. We have built a database for the transport sector in Ukraine, which combines data from the Ukrainian State Statistical Service on population, employment, educational status, economic production at the level of the oblast, and in some cases at the level of the Romadas. We have combined this data with data from the port authorities, the customs data, the counts which are carried out by Ukra-Transbezpeka, counts that we carried out by ourselves, data that we collected in a primary data collection exercise by carrying out roadside interviews with drivers and passengers of vehicles. So it's a way to summarize very large volumes of data. You can also use it as part of an automatic. So this bookkeeping device, you can not just keep it inside this database, but you can also use it to show the flows, for example, on the transport network. You can use this database to show how the different variables that are important for transport are changing. You can make many arguments with each one of these elements. So, for example, we can show you what the flow of both passengers and freight is across Ukraine on all the different modes of transport. We can even tell you the different speeds on these networks. We can tell you the origin destination. Now, all of this data is there in Ukraine, but it's useful to bring it all together. So this is one important way that you can use this data. Second thing is you can use it to register ongoing projects and their progress. And these are just examples. You can use it as a system for managing things. For example, the condition of the road network or the condition of the rail network. And I again stress, these are just a couple of examples. You can use these models to make arguments about what should be done. So even if the model is not giving you the precise answer, if you use the model properly, you can make the case for what should be done. So for example, the EU is currently exploring the option of building a 1435 millimeter rail network in parallel to the 1520 network. Some have criticized this as being too costly and not necessary for agricultural exports, in particular in the future, because most developed economies, the share of agriculture is quite small. The models can be used to, in fact, show what would happen to the Ukrainian economy if the ports continue to be closed. And they can be used to illustrate the pros and cons of a project like this parallel 1435 millimeter rail network. And again, I want to emphasize, I don't know the answer, but a model can help you explore this and explore this well. You can use models as a way to think about what to do, setting hypotheses, exploring the implications of these hypotheses, helping to decide on what needs to be done. You can use models to make the case for certain ideas. For example, the 1430 parallel rail network, which the EU is contemplating. You can also use models to help in training people to do various things. So models, just because they are not perfect, should not be ruled out as an aid to support decision-making and policy-making. Now, some of the concrete ways in which models can be used, very concrete ways, and again, just do this as a way to illustrate. There's a national transport model that has been developed for Ukraine. This model can be used to actually develop a strategy for the rebuilding and reconstruction of the transport sector in Ukraine. It can help to define a future picture for the transport sector. It can help to set priorities. It can help to assess and analyze the cost and benefits of various large projects. You can also develop smaller models to look at the priorities in oblasts and hromadas. You can develop, and there are several urban transportation models in Ukraine, for example, in Lviv, I know, also there was, I think, in Odessa, to develop plans for developing 15-minute cities. And this is a concept which is there, but it has not really been implemented, but Ukraine could think about how to implement this in its cities. But models can also be used for very operational things like defining maintenance regimes for the road network, or, for example, developing strategies for different sectors. And these are just a few of the many ways in which you can use models. Let me give you an example of setting of reconstruction priorities using the national transport model. We have the damage to the transport road network, for example, in various parts of Ukraine. We can actually quantify the effect of this damage on the capacity of the link or node, depending on what specific damage location we are talking about. And we can quantify the effect on speed, the travel speeds. And if we compare these effects to the capacity and the travel speeds in the reference case, we can assess actually the impact of each single damage in each single location that has taken place in Ukraine on the overall performance of the network. And this is one way of setting priorities in terms of reconstruction and rebuilding the network. But we can also compute, for example, several indicators that matter. How many people are affected by this damage? Is there an alternative route available to complete this journey? How many trips are being affected? And if such indicators are estimated and used, it leads to a certain transparency. It leads to a clarity which you otherwise have difficulty in creating. And this is a map, for example, which takes into account the accessibility of the road network to various parts of the population in Ukraine. So we can create such maps using the national transport model for the damage and destruction that has taken place in Ukraine to the road and rail networks in particular. We can also use the same model to carry out a cost-benefit analysis of the proposed TEN-T corridors in Ukraine. Are these the right corridors? We have very detailed maps of freight movements in corridor by commodity type. We have 12 different commodity types. And these outputs from these kinds of model can serve as very useful inputs to the discussions and debates about where these corridors should take place, what should be their capacity, what should we build first, what should we build second, and so forth. So far, I have been trying to emphasize the importance of data and models and process in thinking about the planning that's going to be required to undertake this massive reconstruction and recovery exercise. I would just like to briefly share with you now an example of how models and data are used, albeit not for planning a recovery from a war, but for planning in general. I'm using the Dutch example because this is one that I'm very familiar with. So in the Netherlands, in the transport sector, we have a suite of models which involves a national model system, the NMS, and we have 4 regional models. Netherlands is a small country. Ukraine is, of course, much bigger, so you would need more models. And these models essentially form the basis for Dutch transport policy and planning in the short, medium, and long term. So we actually produce the same kind of forecasts that you can produce using your national transport model. And of course, these are some details about the kinds of things that are produced by these models, and they are not that important. What is important is that you in Ukraine have the capacity to produce exactly these forecasts. The architecture is available. The only thing which is missing is data, and the data can be collected. I outlined earlier a mechanism, an approach for collecting very high quality data, in fact, better data than what we have in the Netherlands. So the Dutch national model system, as I said, is made up of this national model and these regional models. What is important is that the models all use the same assumptions. So you can debate the assumptions. You can say this assumption is not good, this assumption is better. That's fine. But once the debate on the assumptions has been fixed, nobody debates these assumptions anymore. And this is very important in order to provide consistency when you are analyzing the policy situation. Both the Dutch and the Ukrainian model, and this is important again, include both passenger and freight, not just one or the other. I'm not going to go into the details again. I don't think it's that important. But what is very important here is that these models are required by law, I underline, by law, to be used for preparing plans. The sequence of steps that have to be undertaken to include a project into a plan is specified. The methodological requirements for the analysis are specified. It's also specified with whom you have to coordinate. So for example, as the transport sector in the Netherlands, you need to talk to the Spatial Planning Agency, the Ministry of Environment and Water, in addition to just looking at the transportation. You also have to coordinate with the different levels of government. Now, all of these things are important and going to be important in Ukraine as well. And you need to consider them. So if you look at the first part of this presentation, I had outlined a rather complicated looking framework. But in fact, in the Netherlands, when we do the planning, we do it in a way that accounts for each one of those elements in that network. So this is about weaving it all together. So you see these horizontal arrows specify the various actors. The vertical pillars that you see, those are things which are required as part of the legal and administrative basis for the planning process. So different agencies have to cooperate with each other. In Ukraine, I have found this to be something that is quite difficult. The Ministry of Economy, for example, doesn't always talk and discuss and collaborate with the Ministry of what used to be Infrastructure, now the Ministry of Restoration. Same holds, for example, with other agencies. Even departments inside an agency don't always talk to each other. Same holds with regard to data sharing and the analysis which is done. There's a sort of slight reluctance to share the data. I don't know exactly why or whether this is something I'm making up, but this is what I have perceived. Also, in developing the plans, it's not just enough to identify projects. You have to identify resources for these projects to implement these projects. So the planning process becomes very important because it brings together stakeholders, objectives, solutions, resources, and this is over a period of time. So in the Netherlands, for example, we have a very elaborate system of administrative and legal requirements. I've listed over here some of them, which have to be satisfied before anything can be included in a plan in the Netherlands. The plan in the Netherlands essentially defines what's going to happen in the sector for several years. And of course, this can be changed because priorities changes, needs change, but the rough outlines of the plan never changes. And also you see there are different stages of decision-making over here. This is very important. Before we come to implementation, first there's a more strategic study, a broad brush study. This is followed up by numerous very detailed studies before we get to the implementation stage. In fact, to do a project in the Netherlands, on average, an infrastructure project from start to finish can take up to 15 to 20 years. But of those 15 to 20 years, almost 80% of the time is planning and analysis and studies. And when we actually start the construction of the project, it goes very, very fast. Not saying it's the best way, but this is the way it happens. Again, this slide essentially lays out the different elements of the legal and administrative framework and how even the content that is included in the reports in some cases defined. And all of this leads to something like this. And this is a map of future projects which are planned as part of the multi-year infrastructure program, the MERT. These projects have resources allocated to them and they are color-coded. That also says whether they are in the exploratory phase, the detailed project feasibility phase, or the implementation phase. And this is what you want for Ukraine. You want to be able to come up with a map like this, identifying all projects. And you should be having the studies underlying each one of these projects in terms of the need for the project, in terms of the cost of the project, in terms of the time horizon for the project. And that will help you actually to do all the things which I said earlier, create transparency, inclusiveness, attract investors, etc. So I'm going to stop there and conclude by saying that I think models and data, good data, are very important in creating a transparent, cost-effective, and equitable process which will facilitate the recovery and reconstruction which is going to be needed. Also, in order to do this, you're going to have to change the mindset of policymakers in Ukraine. You're also going to need people who are actually able to run these models which you develop. And currently this capacity is there, but it's somewhat limited. And last but not least, you're going to have to collect a lot more data and a lot better data than what is currently available in Ukraine. So with that, I'll stop talking. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have or anything else. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for your fascinating presentation. Really interesting results. This is all about our future. So we thank you very much indeed for this presentation, and we have made an arrangement that questions, comments, etc. will be submitted via the chat box, and at the end of today, we will consider all of these questions during our discussion panel. Thank you very much indeed, dear Adnan.
Це
The next one to present will be Irina Fedotova, the Doctor of Economic Sciences, and you are already online. The presentation is about optimizing transportation and logistics system of Ukraine, the processes of reintegration of the territory, scientific prospects for that. So you're welcome. Ms. Nadia Bocharova. Thank you. I would like to greet everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for the high-level organization of this significant event, as well as for the invitation to make my presentation. I made this presentation together with Nadia Bocharova. My name is Irina Fedotova. So this presentation will be in English. Therefore, the topic is
infrastructure in Ukraine during the reintegration of recovered territories. And я хочу надати слово пані Надії.
I would like to give the floor to Ms. Nadia for her to make this presentation.
I want to tell a few words about situation in Ukraine, some figures about it. The total damage assessment as of September 1, 2023, direct damage to Ukraine's infrastructure amounted to $151.2 billion. Breakdown of damages for categories. Residential sector, the highest losses, $55.9 billion. Destruction and damage to 167,002 objects, including 147,008 private houses, 19,001 apartment building, and 0.35 dormitories. Infrastructure, $36.6 billion in infrastructure-related losses. Industry and enterprise losses, $11.40 billion from the total damage. Damages assessed, 18 airports and civilian airfields destroyed, 344 bridges and overpasses, as well as over 25,000 kilometers of roads. At least 426 larger and medium-sized private enterprises and state-owned companies were damaged. These figures reflect a significant impact of the war on various spheres of life and infrastructure in Ukraine, necessitating immediate measures for restoration and reconstruction. Apart from economic and social losses, the country also faced environment damage. The approximate sum of environment losses exceed $50 billion. In recent years, Ukraine has faced serious challenges in its transport and logistics sector due to the armed conflict on its territory. However, over time, Ukraine has liberated a significant portion of its occupied territories and has started the process of their reintegration. The development of the transport and logistics sector is one of the key aspects of this process, as it provides mobility for people and goods, as well as infrastructure for trade between states. Overall, the reintegration of the transport sector in the liberated territories after the end of the military operation in Ukraine is a massive task that requires a comprehensive approach and cooperation from various stakeholders, including the government, local communities, business community, international partners, and experts in the field of the transport infrastructure. However, with proper organization and implementation of activities, aspects for the development of the transport sector in the liberated territories can be significant. The loss of control over territories has led a sharp decrease in the volume of cargo transportation associated with these territories. Companies previously engaged in transportation to these regions were forced to seek new routes and opportunities, which resulted in increased transportation costs and decreased logistic efficiency. The conflict has also led to security problems for transportation companies operating in regions where hostilities continue. This has caused many companies to suspend or limit their operations, further complementing logistics operations in these regions. Overall, after the start of large-scale military action in Ukraine, the transport and logistics industry faced serious problems that require the search of new solutions and approaches. Despite the difficulties, Ukrainian companies continue to work on improving logistic processes and developing new transportation routes. Thus, the loss of territories as a result of the military conflict in Ukraine has led to serious problems in the transport and logistics industry, requiring new solutions and approaches to ensure the efficiency and sustainability of logistics processes in the region. Reintegrating liberated territories in Ukrainian's transport and logistics sector after the end of military operation is a complex task that requires the integration of various aspects such as infrastructure, security, logistics, and collaboration with international partners. However, implementing these measures has corrected a number of problems. Firstly, the presence of destroyed infrastructure and instability in the conflict zone makes investing in the region risky. Secondly, it is necessary to ensure the coherence of different modes of transport and create unified logistics chain to provide the most efficient delivery of goods. This requires closer cooperation between government agencies, private companies, and local communities. The development of Ukrainian transport and logistics complex in the context of reintegrating liberated territories is a key factor in the country's economic recovery and improving its competitiveness in the international market. Achieving this task requires joint efforts from government agencies, private companies, and local communities, as well as innovative approaches and sustainable investment in the development of transport and logistic infrastructure. To ensure stable and effective development of Ukraine's transport and logistics complex after the end of military operations, it is necessary to improve the investment climate in the country and ensure transparency in managing this sector. Moreover, it is important to develop the human capital, provide quality training and development for transport and logistics workers. Thank you for your attention.
Дякую. Дякую дуже.
Thank you, Irina, very much indeed. Thank you, Nadia.
На нашій
I'm sure that we are going to have some questions at the end of today. The next presentation will be the National Transportation Strategy until 2030. To be presented by Alla Novikova, Doctor of Economic Sciences, Head of the Center of Complex Transport Aspects, the Enterprise State Road Transportation Research Institute. So the floor is yours, Ms. Alla. Madam Novikova, we cannot hear you. Would you kindly unmute your microphone? Hello and welcome everyone. Can you hear me?
Я вибачаю, спеціально в студію прийшла, запросили.
все добре.
I have come specially to the studio. I have been invited to come to the venue. Once again, greetings to all of the participants of this conference. My presentation is dedicated to the National Transportation Strategy of Ukraine through 2030 and the Recovery Plan of Ukraine. And it will be a logical follow-up to the previous speakers. The National Transportation Strategy of Ukraine was approved in 2018. However, and 3 years later, the plan of activities for the national strategy was approved. I would like to say that our procedures in place during martial law in particular have to be expedited, need to be streamlined, because usually it takes 3 years for the plan to be improved, and the ministries usually say that they have to go through 68 different approvals with central and local executive authorities. But this, from my perspective, makes this exercise and this document less robust. The structure of the National Transportation Strategy was decided to be amended. The management of the ministry decided to finalize and change it, given the challenges of time. And as a result, in the left-hand column, you can see the current structure as opposed to the right-hand column that contains the proposals for the draft. Here we have included the we dropped innovation, development of transportation field and the global investment projects, but we have added investment capacity and management, integration of the national transportation and integrating that with the EU system, and point 6, digitalization of management of the transport system. Overall, I suppose that the structure is quite good. And we will talk about that in greater detail. Institutional capacity for the management, different kinds of activities to ensure the aptitude and boosting the institutional capacity of the respective ministry and its bodies in submission to it have been ensured, as well as integrating the national transportation system with that of the EU, which is item 3, big block of activities and issues to be tackled by Ukraine. We need to implement a lot of EU legislation at the national level, as well as implement all of these activities and policies elaborated in the EU, as well as digitalization, which is of current relevance. The overall purpose of the national transportation strategy is to create to be integrated in the trans-European transportation network safely, in a functional way, in an efficient way, in order to meet the needs of the population of Ukraine and make sure that the national economy is competitive. Some of the flagship projects anchored in the strategy included by 2030 is the Kyiv Ring Road, Kremenchuk Bridge, the road from Odessa via Mykolaiv, Kherson to Mariupol, building European gauge railways, as well as new rolling stock and some of the freight rolling stock modernization, development of the Danube port cluster, eliminating the effects of the destruction of Kakhovka Dam, also modernizing Boryspil Airport and launching Kiev City Express. The most ambitious projects are building the high-speed railway from Kiev to Warsaw. There are some arguments against, because they say this is highly ambitious. The costs are too steep, and they can compare to the size of the national budget. Of course, there is another competitor, aviation. The arguments are in favor of aviation rather than railway. All of these ideas date back to the 1990s, but you know it takes a long time from ideating to implementing. And the biggest aviation hub in the Eastern Europe, Boryspil Airport, I'm providing here you with some numbers that in 2021, 9.1 million passengers traveled, whereas in Istanbul, 62 million passengers traveled. Therefore, we are a far way away from becoming the biggest hub in Europe. And in the first place, of course, this has to be excused by the carrier, by the demand. And thirdly, our aviation is put on hold in Ukraine. Another ambitious project to mention is for one of the ports of Ukraine, and it's not included which particular seaport of Ukraine will be included on the list of 100 ports in terms of container processing. But the structure of our economy is about exporting raw materials. It's about grain, raw materials, or some things that are not transported in containers. However, along with that, our exports and imports in money terms are nearly the same. However, in tonnage, which is extremely important for transportation system, export is 10 times heavier than high technological import goods. Therefore, to me, this is once again a highly ambitious goal, which is hardly achievable, to make once again Ukraine a competitive hub and make one of these Ukrainian seaports become part of the list of the top 100 ports, perhaps sometime in the future, but not in the nearest time. Concerning some other elevated results, some of the expected results concerning environment and utilization of electric vehicles, we would like that share to grow to 75% in our circulation, as well as increasing the level of alternative kinds of fuel and electric energy to 50% in all kinds of transport, as well as reducing greenhouse gases from different vehicles to 60% compared to 1990, and reducing the overall amount of greenhouse gases caused by fossil fuel to 70%, but a lot of means right now are being focused on repelling the aggression. And secondly, this requires a lot of investment in the rolling stock of different modes of transportation, and none of that is viable for us to speak about these highly ambitious goals and objectives. Concerning the plans of Ukraine's recovery, you know that the first recovery plan was created before, especially for the summer last year, and the plan was presented in Lugano, Switzerland. It was approved by the European community, though. We also participated in the elaboration of that. Now on the site of the Cabinet of Ministers, we have a somewhat amended plan for Ukraine's recovery posted as of 2023. Now the third project is currently underway. It's called Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment, which is being held by the World Bank, being coordinated by the EU and the government of Ukraine. And the second report of that has already been published, and the third one is in preparation. On the site of the Cabinet of Ministers, you can see posted the following: the overall costs of the activities for recovery over the next 10 years. It will comprise $850 billion, and respectively, a great number of projects have also been publicized. Transportation is part of several such projects.
Це розширення та інтеграція логістики з Європою.
The first was the integration of logistics with European Union, which is 120 to 160 billion dollars, recovery of infrastructure, passenger transportation during the war period, also infrastructure project closer to European countries, introduction payable roads for trucks above 12 tons, also creation of roads with road infrastructure, handling complexes, and of course cross-border points, which are the most painful points. So because of the commerce and the trade was transformed for European Union, but we didn't create a new points. The problem was because these cross-border points were in the assets of the customs, and the customs didn't look at these problems with the queues as something important, and now these points are transferred to the Ministry of Infrastructure, and we need to develop as fast as possible. Of course, the development of the network of rail, roads, and waterways included in the European map of transportation, conditions for improvement of vehicles. So I looked at the plan, and I saw that the road transportation is not in the plan of in the plans of improvement of Ukraine. We speak about roads, but the vehicles, when we don't have railways enough, airports are closed, and we work only with road transport. Paradoxically, we see in the project, so there is only one line: creation of economic conditions for purchase of vehicles. So Mykhaylo Kostyukovsky spoke about the problems at the border. Next point, the project of modernization of residents in regions. So from the point of view of transportation, the electric bus, it means the supply of electric buses. My position is that we have the trolley buses, and our trolley buses are our electric buses. Electric buses is the high amount project, which is very important, very heavy for public transportation, including the pensioners which we transport. So another point, Europe transferred to Ukraine the buses for €1 billion, and these buses were received already by local communities, and they will be used as school buses. And we have now a very close topic with Ministry of Education to use the buses for school children. As for the digital country project, there will be a single portal and register for companies. It's very important for us within the framework of regulation of Europe, and there will be the register of transportation companies and violations which will influence the reputation. Also, electronic registers, custom clearance of vehicles, and remote identification services. As for damage and needs assessment, the World Bank's evaluated the losses of Ukraine at the 24th of February 2023, $135 billion in residence and energy, $290 billion in economy and industrial products. Gross GDP reduced by 30%, poverty grew from 5% to 24%, and the needs for 10 years, $411 billion. Please pay attention. If Lugano, we were speaking about 750, now it is reduced to 411. So I think we need to calculate. Next thing is just to process this money, because people say that we don't have enough manpower because lots of people left, not only scientists but even workers. So these problems require very emergency measures, especially in complying with the standards for CO emissions standards from Europe. In 2023, the needs of Ukraine as of the April of this year in critical infrastructure, 5 billion hryvnias, $1 billion, then energy infrastructure 3.3, residence construction 9, private businesses 5 billion, for demining $400 million. So all together the community helps us. But long-term transplantation strategy, if God helps us, we will achieve the main goals of the strategy. Thank you for your attention. Allah, thank you for your presentation, very interesting facts and numbers, and I think that at the discussion panel, if people have many questions, we will discuss them. The next presentation is from the National Academy of Sciences, Institute of Transport Technologies, two presenters. And Mykhaylo Arsenyuk, leading engineer, the Institute of Transport System and Technologies. So your presentation, mathematical modeling for solving applied problems in transport systems and mechanical engineering. So first of all, so do you hear me well? Yes. So I would like to greet the participants of International Scientific Conference, Perspectives of Development of Road Transportation, on behalf of the University of Customs and Finance. I would like to say that transportation system is a blood vessel system for economy. If we stop the transport, everything will stop. And as of today, development of transportation is composed of such components: education, technologies, and science. And unfortunately, I need to state that we cannot be very happy about achievements in education. The level of training of a bachelor is not so high and is not up to the level of engineers which we had during the Soviet times. And if we compare the level of training of vocational school graduate in the 70s and the bachelor from the university today, I would not say that the bachelor has the better education than the vacation school graduate then, because he is not up to this level because of some appropriate reasons, of course, and the aggression against Ukraine by Russia makes the process of education is harder, and also the approaches of the Ministry of Education is not very successful as compared from the Soviet time. In technical educations, there were 44 hours of lectures. Today in the universities they have 24 for the bachelor and 18 for the master, so it's not so much. Also economic problems, they also pay a lot for this, so the income level is not so high, and the students should even work hard, and you see the level of prices, and so this is the level of several problems. The next question is the science. Unfortunately, as of today, we had a big outflow of scientists from Ukraine, both from the institutions of the Ministry of Education and the institutions of National Academy of Sciences. So I should say that the whole scientific schools disappear, and the young scientists do not come, and the older generation disappears because of natural reasons, and besides, a big number of them left abroad, and it plays a lot of on scientific research. As for technologies, I would say that if we take the last 30 years, practically we didn't develop even a set of software. If in foreign corporations they develop such packages because of digitalization in the society, in technologies of production, but here we have this point very weak. It would be better that Cabinet of Ministers in the strategy of development would introduce of the point of development of software in all industry, in economy, in machine building, in agriculture and transport. This is a whole number of problems. So as we don't have our own software packages, standardized packages, so a number of scientific research companies should buy them abroad, but I don't. It's most unlikely we would be capable to buy the most efficient softwares because the most advanced technologies will be left for themselves because people don't sell the best technologies. So we developed a software for calculation of characteristics of vehicles. During the times when vehicles moved with 30-40 kilometers per hour, nobody paid the attention to aerodynamic characteristics of trains and road vehicles. Of course, aviation, it was another thing. But when the speeds started to grow, it's clear that the costs are growing, and because front resistance grows square, and the use of fuel grows in cubic dimension. So today in the world, if we look at mathematical models, we see the following. The full equation of Navier-Stokes filtration and average model, they are based on a Navier-Stokes equation. Besides these main directions of modeling, there were hybrid models, a number of them, developed in the world, which used 3D modeling or big swarms models, including Navier-Stokes equation. But if we use the models which the most employed today, I used the American results, and this slide shows how these models are ready, and the most used and available is the model built on a hybrid large wage dissimulation and Navier-Stokes, but the most accurate models of big turbulation models, they are planned to appear after 2045, and more developed will be at the end of this century. And if we look at the characteristics of computers and the productivity, the evaluations say that the productivity of a computer with 1 teraflop will need about 5,000 years just to fully develop the aerodynamics of a vehicle. So due to all these difficulties, we were using the Navier-Stokes equation, and this slide shows the system of equation, continuity equation, and written in vector forms, and we averaged with Reynolds approach and the appropriate equation for the energy. So that means the energy equation. As vehicle has a very complicated have a geometrical form. So these equations were written in a non-linear system of coordinates, and of course they become more difficult. But this system of equations is not closed because we see the turbulence characteristics. So we have different models of turbulence. They used with algebraic correspondences, and they are used for when we see the flow which going above the wing, but in more difficult flows, we see the models of turbulences which are described with differential equations. As of today, we have the most spread two models, model of polar models and model of Mentor, and there are more difficult models. So these models, Mentor model is parametric models, and the model of Pollard is to transfer the difficulties on the other aspects.
Respectively, in order to solve such a puzzle, such equations, we have applied numerous methods. And to apply them, we require the method of control volume. So we had special control volumes in place. We divided the whole mass into that. And for every control volume, we had their own parameters in use. So this slide represents to you the formulas, the equations, and this was done through numerical methods, the computing, I mean. And we obtained the system of equations. We used the Gauss method for that. The respective complex or set of programs was also tested. In particular, when we talk about streamlining cylinders, streamlining balls for a wide range of different objects. And in this slide, you can see presented the results of this computation. And on the right-hand picture, you can see the experiment, the way it was taking place. So you can see that there is a lot of alignment between the calculation and what we had actually experimented with, the outputs of that. This slide demonstrates modeling the Kármán's path. This is the calculation, the way it looked like before the experimenting and then the experimenting itself. And you can see the result, 19,300. We can also calculate its streamlining for a transportation vehicle model. This is widely and commonly known for the scholars that deal with computations. The Ahmed-Ka, the so-called Ahmed-Ka model. And we did our computation for that. And once again, these slides represent the results obtained by various scientists working abroad. And at the top in AB, you can see the results of our computations, whereas at the bottom, you can see them compared against the results delivered by other foreign scientists. In addition to that, we have also provided some calculations for aerodynamics of long vehicles. The vehicle, for example, that you can see very low clearance itself, like the buses that run very close to the surface of the roads. And you can see here the symmetrics of air movements around the bottom of such vehicles. And here you can see also the pressure represented around the surface of the shape of such vehicles. And you can see also the distribution of the quotient of pressure that goes underneath the bottom of such transportation vehicle. That is to say, we have developed a set of programs, of models, and it has proved to be efficient, robust, and workable, and it can be applied to calculate different aerodynamics variables for transportation vehicles. At this, I would like to thank you for your attention and for listening to me attentively. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sokhatsky, for your wonderful presentation. We can immediately feel that you are a true scientist. Thanks a lot. Dear friends, should you have any questions, you are welcome to ask them in the written form, or make sure that you can talk about that during our Q&A session. Our next presentation will be done by Vinnytsia National Technical University. The rector of this university, Viktor Bilichenko, will be presenting it together with Associate Professor Sergiy, and they will be talking about the improvement of the transport system of cities and towns on the example of Vinnytsia urban territorial community. So which one of you is going to make the presentation? I can see Mr. Bilichenko. He was here on the screen. Mr. Symbol is going to be the presenter, but I cannot tell you for sure where he is. Would you kindly delay it to a bit later time? We will get in touch with the organizers, and then I will let you know when my co-presenter is ready. I can see that Mr. Bilichenko is in place, but Mr. Symbol, who is to present, is not available. Oh, now I understand. Thank you for the clarification. Now, then we will delay. We will postpone your presentation to another time, and the next presentation will be made by Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University, and the speakers are Yuriy Beketov, who is the professor of this Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University and professor of economics, as well as Aleksandr Orda, associate professor of the Department of Transport Technology, scientific and practical recommendations of the use of functional and valuable analysis for managing activities of motor transport companies and enterprises. So, Mr. Yuriy, will you be presenting? Yes, I will. Yes, we can hear you very well. We can see you quite well as well. Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, dear participants of today's conference. Greetings on the beginning of this highly distinguished event, and on behalf of the studentship and faculty members of our Transportation University, welcome you and congratulate you on the beginning of your work. Thank you. Let me say a few things about our department. The Department of Transportation Systems is the youngest of all of the departments, and it has demonstrated already the evidence that it is one of the most prestigious, not only in our university, but also in the whole city. Right now we have 70 faculty members working in this department, and we have over 1,000 students working. The faculty members divide in 5 chairs. Right now we are preparing bachelors, masters, and doctors of philosophy in 2 specialties: basic, specialty, transportation, and another one is VET, transportation, vocational educational training. A lot attention is being paid to training of our personnel. The department was established in 2002, and the faculty members at the time were only 27%. So in 15 years, since 2004 through 2019, we managed to develop a comprehensive program for the human resources, and 10 doctorate papers as well as 67 candidate doctorate papers were defended by the faculty members and assistant professors of our department. And the faculty membership right now is from 90 to 95% insurance. It's a very high indicator, and we have every reason to say that we will continue our scientific work successfully. In the graduation chairs, we use contemporary programs. We see Vison software for modeling transportation systems at macro and micro levels, and in that we are also involving a lot of our students. Over this year alone, our students, undergraduates, have participated in numerous international scientific projects, development and researches, workshops dedicated to that, and 87 participants. Overall of them, 18 have become winners and runners-up of these student undergraduate competitions. Some of the unique developments can also be presented by the chair of the logistics, and the chair of this chair is busy dealing with improving and developing strategic plans for the development of transport infrastructure for large cities and towns in Ukraine. We are also participating in regional programs in developing security programs for our transportation systems, and the best specialists in this chair have developed the methodology for the audit of highways and byways in Ukraine, which is really a breakthrough. So this is a fascinating venue for us to explore. Professor Nagorny, who chairs his department, also deal with a lot of interesting areas of work, which is about improving and organizing passenger carriers for different kinds of communications, including international communications. A great deal of attention is being paid to the interaction with our stakeholders, particularly that of employment for our graduates, and organizing interaction with different vehicle carrier transportation services. We work a lot with the chairs of administrative levels. So this development, which is being presented to your attention right now, was prepared, being commissioned by some of the managers of different kinds of automobile and transportation enterprises, all of whom have become, by the way, our graduates. So the purpose and objective of this research was to develop recommendations to be implemented with the contemporary state-of-the-art methodology in order to raise the efficiency of different carrier enterprises. In the early 1990s, I was deputy director of one of the enterprises in Kharkiv, and I know what it means to run an enterprise during difficult market conditions, and all of these issues are really acute, particularly under martial law in wartime. In order to manage different kinds of automobile industries, enterprises, there are numerous issues of raising efficiency, and you understand how much competition is right now in the market, let alone the war. In order to implement this goal, we had to deal with a few specific tasks, those being locating and finding the contemporary means, understanding the reserves in order to raise the efficiency of different transportation enterprises, as well as adapting and adjusting them at the level of these enterprises under current terms and conditions. In order to analyze the work of these automotive enterprises and to understand the internal resources, there was a comprehensive modeling used, which was developed also by the scientists and scholars of our university back in the 1990s. This methodology includes a dozen different stages, which means analyzing different kinds of transshipments, organizing technical development of the enterprise, analyzing the outputs of the work and activities performed by the transportation vehicles, as well as analyzing the availability, condition, and efficiency of the resources available. Also, this methodology uses the following stages: analyzing human resources, analyzing the indicators that characterize the outputs of the financial and economic activities of such automotive enterprises, analyzing their costs, analyzing their profits, their solvency, costs, etc. So the end of that was developing recommendations for the managerial staff of such automotive enterprises. However, this methodology, under the current state, is restricted. There are certain challenges in terms of its application, both methodologically and in working conditions. For example, there it speaks about having the great amount of data, which is very much difficult and challenging to collect, to be able to analyze it and finalize all of the results of this data. Also, this methodology did not take into account the peculiarities and characteristics of enterprises as the way they function under the market economy. And another applicable aspect, as Mizala has already said, there are certain problems with reference to the manpower, human resources in the managerial staff in particular. Therefore, it's very hard right now to source true professionals who would be able to adjust and adapt the system in line with the contemporary requirements. Therefore, some of the faculty members in our university found the following unique means. That's something which is the analysis of costs. What makes it unique is that the leader of such automotive enterprise who is concerned about boosting the efficiency of his transshipments, this analysis allows him or her to see how efficiently different vehicles are being utilized, which is important for carriers and for those who commission such transportation services for the passengers and customers. It's easy to see the level of servicing the passengers of cargoes. The functionality of this analysis includes the implementation of the following 4 stages. At the first stage, we analyze with the help of inputs that characterizes the work of this automotive enterprise. We collect different kinds of outputs of their activities, and we classify these outputs, and we develop recommendations and group them into clusters. The second stage is about analyzing the costs and the efficiency of the vehicles. Third stage is analyzing the functionality of the transportation services, and stage 4 is developing innovation activities. So the methodology is pretty simple, and from these graphs you can see that here there is a particularly high level of visuals that can demonstrate the output. So at the top you can see on the left that all of the commissioners are ranged depending on how much freight and passenger carrier is done. On the second stage, we analyze these commissioners and customers in terms of their costs. We looked at the costs of production, efficiency costs, and at the third level you can see the groups of consumers, and the fourth quadrangle shows you the matrix of the innovative activities. We identified the activities for these automotive enterprises which are of greatest importance, and if they lose any of these assets, this will result in the decline of their quality of services or the volume of freight. So let me provide you some of the feedback. This methodology has already been tried and tested. We already have some certificates of copyright to apply this interesting methodology, and this methodology can be utilized both for passenger and freight carriers. I thank you for your attention. We are open for cooperation, and we are inviting you to collaborate with us. We will be happy to see all of those interested in this collaboration. I very much hope soon there will be a very good opportune time for that. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuriy, for this very fine presentation. Please make sure that you come to the Q&A session at the end of today. I'm sure there will be some questions asked of you. I already hear some questions, and now I would like to ask whether Mr. Tsimbal is available. No, he's not here. All right. Then we are skipping Vinnytsia National Technical University, and the next presentation will be made by Kharkiv Polytechnical Institute, National Technical University. It's going to be presented by Mr. Marchenko, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor and Prorector of Scientific Activity, as well as Igor Parsadanov, Professor of Kharkiv National Technical University, Decarbonization of Transport Power Plants with ICE, State and Problems. The floor is yours. I understand, Mr. Marchenko, you will be presenting, am I right? Yes, dear colleagues, greetings on behalf of the National Technical University, Kharkiv Polytechnical Institute. Let me make a small remark. I do agree there are numerous problems in terms of preparing professionals, which has been sounded in the previous presentation. However, my point is that this is rather a problem for the whole society than a university problem. Why? If we look at the funding allocated by the government, Ukraine usually ranks last. Funding allocated to science usually ranks last. And unfortunately, this deplorable reality is pervasive. Science always gets the least. I spoke about that at the general meeting in the Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, responsible for the issues of education, science, and innovations. They said to me that it's wartime right now. However, in return, I said that even before the war, we had always ranked last in terms of funding. Therefore, this is a national problem, and this is not something to be tackled by universities and academia. This requires a comprehensive approach to tackle this. With reference to the so-called decarbonization of transportation power plants, here the problem at stake is our time is, of course, very much limited. Yet, in September 2015, the strategy of sustainable development was approved, and that provided for different areas of sustainable development, 17 elements in all, including, if we have a look at that document, there are some things to say about the energy sector, infrastructure.
So if we go further and we look at the main problems and the tasks, so there is a very big portion which is devoted to decarbonization. So it stimulated the preparation and the creation, and as well because there were documents adopted on hydrogen strategy in Europe and the hydrogen program plan, and similarly there was a program, appropriate program adopted in Japan. And we want to underline that it is very important that Ukraine is involved in the European Green Course, and Ukraine was involved also when this strategy was adopted. I would like to start with negative consequences of all this. There were very many signs of populism for introduction of technical solutions. Normally they look as necessary, but as I wrote, positive truth is the way to negative consequences. Even in the Holy Script, it is written, but we today, let's say, in transportation industry, we speak mostly about introduction of electric vehicles, electric cars, and so on. And also, nobody takes care, because in many vehicles it is written what they don't have emissions. Of course, in the vehicle there are no emissions. But in the system of preparation and production of electric energy, the emissions of CO2, especially when we speak about coal power stations, the emissions of the CO2, they are much bigger than
що більш, скажімо так, акценти
so these are the accents which are pointed in this way, that we can have lots of negative consequences. And also, if we speak about the decarbonization, I am a big partisan of decarbonization, and I will tell you why. Also, the next point which I would like to stress, this is the use of more than 1.3 billion of registered vehicles, but 1.3 billion vehicles, they keep the economy on their shoulders, and every year more than 100 million new cars, and they are produced, and the majority of them is built with technologies which don't take into account this problem of decarbonization, and so to say, if we speak about these vehicles which are used, so it is and the system of bans is taken into use. So the piston engine cars, they are banned, and they are banned from being used in some places. But the strategy, what to do with this transport, nobody created this transport, this strategy. And also, if we look at what happened, for example, from the 1990, we see that on the one hand, there were standards proposed for emissions without CO2, and there were standards proposed which with some term which were very much more strict, and they were becoming more and more strict. And if we look at all the aspects, nitrogen oxides, so it was 14, became 4, 11 and 5 and 5, hydrocarbons 2.5, 0, 13, and especially the big reduction in solid particles from 0.7 to get today's 100th, and this shows that the producers and the scientists and manufacturers and they did very much during these 25 years to reduce the negative influence of internal combustion engines on the environment. And here we explain, and let's go further. And if we speak the very clear sign how these indicators were changes, and this is what we see on this chart, on this curve. So it is written that with the gases of nitrogen oxide and CO 40 times the emissions were reduced, and we did in our chairs we had a number of research on pollutive emissions and for improvement of working processes, improvement of efficiency of the engines. Because when we speak about the internal combustion engines, we need to understand that the less we burn the fuel per one unit of work, the less there will be emissions of CO2. So here the indicators for reduction of consumption of fuel during the work performed by internal combustion engines, and we see that the speed is 4.6%. So I took 1 week ago and looked at a new vehicle, Peugeot 2008, and with technical characteristics. I would say that I don't know with which methods the Peugeot specialist they established such indicators, but here when we look at the decarbonization solution and the pressure on diesel engines, we see that at the expense of the worse use of fuel, we see the bigger emissions of gases with CO2. And myself, personally, I did the calculations on other engines, and these are the data which are in the price lists, and traditionally with less efficiency of the engine which works with gasoline. The consumption of fuel is bigger, but diesel fuel has more carbon in the inside, and in my calculations these properties and indicators they are almost equal. So here we see the big difference. I don't know why, what is the reason, but maybe it is like this. And also the proposal, what do we need to start the process of introduction of decarbonization process? We need to use the positions which are connected with the green energy. The hydrogen use extensively in internal combustion engine fuels. So if I say once again the gasoline, the chain of hydrocarbons and the carbon traditionally from 5 to 11 atoms around which the hydrogen is formed. And if we speak about fuel, diesel fuel, we have a number of different compositions, including aromatic hydrocarbons, benzol, for example, 56. So the amount of hydrogen is big, and if we speak about fuel, we need to raise a question about the fuel which we use today that is incapable to find the decarbonization solution. We need a new approaches, new work process to increase the share of hydrogen in the fuel. How to do it? For example, so dear Andriy, we are in the community, we are worrying because we don't see your presentation, because you look at your presentation, but we don't see we don't see it because it is very clear without your presentation. But with presentation it would be better. So I switched it on, I shared. So now we have it. So I just will I will go through it very fast, but everything was clear. So it was my mistake. I wanted to show you for demonstration this curve with reduction on Peugeot 2008, 148 and 210. I was surprised, but I took it from the price list about use on green energy, and the most important gas diesel processes. For example, if we use in complex the fuel and the liquid and the gas ones in the working processes, so through the gas component we will solve this issue. There were researches done many years ago, 30, 40 years ago, and we needed to come to back to these working processes, gas diesel ones, and we will reduce the emissions, the CO2 in bigger quantities. So what else? Today Toyota proposes to use about 1,000 bars, 100 megapascals and more. The cylinders on the vehicles, and such vehicles are already produced by Toyota in small quantities. And when they ask me, and I say that nobody canceled the accidents on the road, and if there is an accident with such a car, it will be a hydrogen bomb for everyone. So we needed to use other technologies for storage of hydrogen to be used as a fuel. And for example, In Germany, there are researchers today for use of ammonium NH4. That is, there is no hydrogen inside. The hydrogen is created around the nitrogen. So we see the scientific aspects which we needed to introduce for transport, and we have the main tasks that the transport is the critical industry, and in today's conditions which we have, the use of hydrogen technologies is the sun for us to which we should go. So this is the main conclusive idea. Thank you for your attention, and thank you. I'm sorry, Victor, you could tell me from the beginning. You were speaking so nicely, and this transition was not noticeable when we needed to look at your presentation. Anyway, it will be in your guidance for the conference. Thank you, Andriy. It's very interesting and perspective presentation. We have wanted to work on, and in the discussion panel we will communicate with you. Dear participants, we have, according to the schedule, we have the break for 60 minutes. So let's say it starts at 1:10, and we will continue at 2:10, and there will be a presentation from an electro company. Do we have the presenter? Yes, we have the presenter. Thank you, Boris. And so at 2:10, the presenter will start, and we will have a coffee break and have a nice lunch.
шановні колеги.
All right, dear colleagues, let's wait another minute, please.
Я хотів би головуючого спитати, це професор Форнальчик, чи можна скоріше мені надати слово?
У вас
This is Professor Pavlenko speaking. Could I come earlier than I was supposed to present? I'm number 32 on the program. I don't have any objections to that. Let us ask Mr. Borys Kostyukovsky, who's supposed to make a presentation right now. Okay, let us start with number 32. Presentation 32. Yevgen Fornalchyk, Director of Technological Sciences, Professor of the Department of Transport Technologies, the National University Lviv Polytechnics. And another representative of the same university, Volodymyr Gilevich, Associate Professor of the Department of Transport Technologies at the National University Lviv Polytechnics, about the impact of factor of motorization on the natural environment. Very interesting topic indeed. So you're welcome. The floor is yours. Can you see my screen, please? Yes, of course we can.
Я, по-перше, приєднуюся до всіх решти.
First of all, I would like to join in the greetings and welcoming remarks of all of the faculty members of our Polytechnic, Lviv Polytechnic University. Recently we had another international event, Energy Technologies, Logistics and Energy Savings. This was held on the 9th and 10th of November this year. So the same topics were raised. All right. Before we get down to presenting the material of my presentation, let me quote a few things. For example, increasing the population results in the rising quotient of the impact that humanity has on the environment. The contemporary technologies in developed economies say that cyclists and pedestrians are like street bandits in a way. And the core element for us right now for our studies will be the flashing screen. Can you see the title of my presentation, please? I cannot hear you. Yes, we can see your presentation. Everything is all right, thank you. On the global scale, cars cause 1.2 million deaths and 20 to 50 million injuries a year. And regardless of these tragic statistics and regular scientific publications with similar data across Ukraine with the respective recommendations. I beg your pardon, is something wrong? Never mind. This was an accidental noise. How to improve our treatment of natural environment because of the number of cars on the rise year to year. We cannot hear you. The problem is that the sound is gone. No, we can hear you all right. This is something wrong with, probably with, on the other end for you, our dear participant, but the sound is available on our platform. So it gets down to the point that pedestrians are already kinds of people that stop drivers And this we can see very much happening during the time of rush hours. And the analysis of numerous publications convinces us that the issue of security of automobile transportation has already grown to be a state problem. And the world scientists warn us about the global change, climate change, the disruption of balance of the chemical composition of the air, as well as exhaustion of oil resources of the earth. And as we know that cars consume about 50% of the overall consumption of oil. And over the last year, the automobile transportation has grown more than 2%. New technologies concerning substitutions for the traditional conventional oil for bioethyl alcohol from internal combustion engines to electric engines. This is not very easy to cause any specific changes overnight because it's very difficult to convince automobile manufacturers about the disastrous and ruinous effects of automobile industry on the whole global climate. Yes, we can hear you. Would you kindly go on? We can hear you very poorly. I don't know why. It's very difficult, once again, to convince automobile manufacturers about the disasters in the nearest future, about the negative impact that car industry has on the natural environment, including the human race. It seems to us that now is the time for us to assess the negative impact of metal, oil, automobile on the overall environment in a comprehensive way. And we are suggesting the usage of quotients of this impact that it needs to be brought down to 1%. Concerning the transportation infrastructure, manufacturing facility, oil extraction, as well as the transportation of petrochemicals, the aggregate of all of these quotients will enable us to understand the overall impact of the car industry on the whole world. So you can see the parameters put together. At the same time, we need to assess over the same period of time the losses that the car incurs on the whole human race and the death of the natural environment. I'm talking here about accidents and deaths through that, different kinds of diseases developed by humans as a result of the change in the air composition, transportation noises, and different kinds of radiation. For example, you can see here in these graphs different dependencies that we have identified, the number of deaths as a result of accidents. As you can see, here is the description of the number of deaths. This is the level of car industry's growth per 1,000 residents, and this is to testify about the pollution of the air as a result of CO2 emissions, as a result of utilizing cars, employing cars. So you can see this direct dependency of the two on each other. Then we're also talking about noise pollution because of the growth in the number of cars. This is a linear dependency. As you can see it from the graph, next is the change in the voltage of electromagnetic field, which is created by transportation flows and highways as a result of automotive industry's growth. And once again, you can see there is direct dependency of one on another. So there is a linear graph representing that. Similarly, as it was demonstrated in the first case, when we talk about the consumption of oil, we can see the aggregate losses incurred as a result of different kinds of traffic accidents, depending on the pollution, also heavily dependent on noise pollution and electric and magnetic radiation. Everything which is to do with car driving and car and automotive industry can be calculated according to this formula. You understand that? In addition to that, we also have to identify the aggregate losses to implement different kinds of scientific and applicable means in order to reduce the harmful impact of the automobile. If they are not in place, then we can develop well-established and well-founded ones based on the parameters in the European and North American countries. You can see the parameters represented. Then the sum total of these factors will be the sum of these four components. And sigma ZP, if we refer it to the previous formula, where we had the aggregate losses and costs, which are connected with automotive industry and car driving phenomenon in the world. So you can see the quotient of that industry on the overall environment and how that impacts it. So usually it's supposed to be less than 1 because sigma AA is always much higher than sigma ZP. So this can be regulate the strategy of the attitude of the government to environmental protection. When we replace sigma AA, we obtain a higher value of KVPA quotient, which in its meaning is not going to mean the increase, but on the contrary, the reduction of that. So it will be possible for us to reduce the number of cars nowadays nearly 2 times. And the cost of petrochemicals, which are contributing a lot of pollution to the environment. So something which is greatly contributing to the electric and magnetic radiation and noises, etc. So the conclusion is, analyzing the current publications on security in the automobile transportation, we have established the undeniable relevance and need to continue studying the intrinsic connection between the automotive industry and oil extraction, as well as the resources of oil and gas in the bowels of the earth. The replacement of electric batteries doesn't seem to be, the replacement and the usage of electric batteries doesn't seem to be as a speedy process as that it is being talked about. The developed approach to improve the current situation with the automobiles by way of applying this quotient of impact will enable us to regulate at the governmental level the relation between the costs, sigma A, and losses, sigma ZP, that will indelibly and inevitably result in the change of our attitude to automotive industry and car driving. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you stay with us, you will be able also to attend our Q&A session. But otherwise, let us carry on. Thank you for your attention. Before the break, we announced another presentation by Mr. Kostyukovsky Borys, who is head of division for scientific research, senior research fellow at NTK Innovas Electro Ltd, and the topic is problems on restoration of the electric energy sector of Ukraine in the context of the development of electric transport. The floor is yours, please. We can see your presentation on the screen, but we cannot hear you yet. So would you kindly unmute your microphone? We cannot hear you. Mr. Borys, unmute your microphone. IT support, would you kindly allow our presenter to speak? Still no sound coming from you. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you, Mr. Kostyukovsky. Please unmute your microphone. We have already provided him with the access. The access is in place. Everything should be operational. I understand that, then thank you. But the speaker cannot unmute his microphone for some reason. Mr. Kostyukovsky, it seems like you cannot hear us either. If you can hear us, please raise your hand. We can hear you, finally. Can you see my presentation on the screen? Yes, we can. Everything is all right. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Please proceed. Thank you. My presentation is devoted to the issue, which, let me put it this way, in a way it's also to do with the development of transportation system in our country. First of all, for us to develop electric vehicles and transportation, this requires the necessary electric capacity to charge all of the e-vehicles and to provide them with the necessary power. When we talk about railways, trolley buses, and the underground systems, the necessary power stations to charge these devices. So charging stations in the first place, and no less important is the economic efficiency to replace the current transport with alternative forms and modes, because here it may not necessarily be e-vehicles and electricity used instead of fuel. It may also be hydrogen, green ammonium, etc.
So we need the production and we need to decarbonize according to the directives of EU. So we have the target to bring the whole transportation vehicles up to 15% before 2032. So it's at least 1 million of vehicles. And considering what we have now, we need every year to increase our fleet by 100,000 every year, and full electrification of railway. Also, what do we have as strategic directions for development of electricity production? So we have already an electric production strategy of Ukraine. It is closed for public knowledge, but we can know from open sources something. As always, we will begin to be the electric hub of Europe. The most modern technologies will be developed. Decarbonization is the main target, and as the minister said, we will go into decentralization direction, and we will increase the wind generation up to 140 gigawatts. You see the very ambitious numbers, but in detail, we don't see any gas generation. we need lots of investments, 383 billions, but we plan everything that all the production which was necessary for such ambitious production will be localized in Ukraine. The solar wind it will be 10%, and if we analyze the current state of our energy sector, it's far from perfect, but we will say that energy system of Ukraine does not comply with the criteria of stable supply for consumers. So not from the generation point of view, not for the distribution through the networks, and not through the main lines, and neither on distribution networks. So we plan to pass very fast from very difficult situation in the wind energy to a very good picture of the future. And today the recovery should take place according to green courses, green transition, and in some way the energy strategy provides for recovery, but the recovery will stop at a certain point, but then it will be developing. So to recover until 2050 will be not possible, because we need to know the criteria of recovery. First of all, I would say that recovery goes always on, because the destruction which took place in the energy sector, they need for recovery constantly, and also lots of facilities suffered, and to recover them will need a lot of time, and this process is going on now. But recovery in wartime, it should assure the minimization of risks, first of all, of a system breakdowns, safety of energy infrastructure. Lots of things are being done, but maybe in this context we are more interested in the post-war recovery. What criteria should be when this recovery stops? First of all, in my mind, we should assure the implementation of normative requirements for energy supply. So the match of generation capacities and absence in the transfer and the distribution system, the compliance with requirements to sure functioning of the system. And in this context, the course which was announced for recovery and decarbonization, and it is clear that decarbonization is related in the nearest time, besides the biomass, which people say that we have endless resources. I will speak about it. They are related to renewable energy, first of all, wind and solar, and energy storage units. But unfortunately, we go into a mistake, and we put ourselves into mistake because the electricity production plants with a non-guaranteed source of energy, if we speak about wind and solar plants, and I provided the data retrospective and statistic. It is about 2021 when Ukraine was with maximum production capacity in wind and solar, and as you see, I wanted to put it on one slide, and it was 24-hour capacity inside the system, and you see the hour by hour production of wind and solar capacities. If you see the combination, you will see everything. It is not only one day, and the next day the situation is almost the same. So it is clear that if we don't have the generation of stable source production, we will not produce nothing, and without a generation of such plants, we will not be capable to keep the balance in the system. So first of all, what I would like to say, so the recovery should take place on the basis of the new construction and rebuilding of guaranteed capacity power plants. They will produce for us the appropriate capacities. So this is the most important point, and it should be the cornerstone. So if we build only renewable sources, so maybe the cars will be recharged during night, but there will be even more questions. So if they say that we specially made this modeling, the modeling was not so good. It is written in the materials for grounding with capacities of Ukrenergo. These materials of Ukrenergo, they are closed as well now. But the picture is that if we continue and try to develop the most the renewable sources, we will lack in winter the capacities, and in summer during the midday we will see the consumption, and here we will have the production. So if we put power plants here, so this is what we need to reduce. So we can store the energy somewhere, but where to use it? So this is the question. So if we have this situation, so it will be the same in Europe, because they go in the same direction. So they will not be capable to export at this period. So our task is for recovery. We need to understand very clearly, all of us, because all of us are consumers of electricity, and so that the development of a generation, it's a very important task. And unfortunately, we have a very big number of problems, and especially for the perspectives. And I am afraid that situation today with the deficit in our system, as you know, we invite emergency services very often, and it is clear when the operator of a transmission system, they have no reserves at all for creation of their own generation. The coal generation up to the 2030, what can be with it? They will continue to exist, but afterwards there will be maximum 2 gigawatts. They will continue with gas maybe for 3 years, and they will stop. But in worst case, we will have no traditional generation which is assuring mainly the covering of main needs. The new generation also the problem. We have a problem of the financing disbalancing on the market. So you know how big debts are with green producers, 32 billion, and Ukrenergo have huge debts for the generators for balancing services. Ukrenergo doesn't pay to those who violate the balance, and Ukrenergo does not provide services. It concerns the heat production plants, and so how can our market be interesting for the investors? How profitable it is? A bigger question. And new generation, if we count for European funds, there is a project approved or not. There is a regulation on the help to Ukraine. It is not said about the recovery of energy sector, but what they plan to give as investments, production of heat and electrical energy and production of cooling energy. All the investments are not considered, and we don't know if such a project will go on or not. So what do we have more? Nuclear energy. So nuclear projects are long-term ones, and it is clear during the hostilities there will be no investments, and how it will go on in the future. Of course, this generation, for many reasons, costs a lot, and development in the future, and atomic nuclear technologies will not allow us to switch on and switch off blocks, especially these technologies. They are high cost technologies, and the generation with biomass. And as of today, the European market is much more capable to pay. Also, they also need the methane. So production with biomass will be big, but the biggest problem is for recovery in the energy sector will be the condition of solvability, and we needed to understand that now we are assisted by the generators of small capacity, which are placed on infrastructure facilities, but to count that we will have as a gift energy system, but because in every country the energy, we should understand clearly, we should have two energy systems, one which will be capable to work when we produce too much, and the second one when we have too little, and we needed to cover these needs with traditional generation, which can work with traditional types of fuel, and notwithstanding what we will use as the fuel, hydrogen, green metals or ammonia. Of course, the task for state authority is to develop in details a precise energy sector recovery plan, and this plan should be minimum for self-assuring and safety production for consumers of Ukraine with minimum raise of prices because we don't have a very good situation with solvability of consumers. So we need to develop a mechanism of its implementation. If we continue to plan the development of economy, making plans for development of energy, but without a development of mechanisms of financing and how it influences the consumers, first of all, we will have nothing. And of course, when we develop such a plan, we need to take into account the needs for development of corporations. So we need to have the forecast for development of capacities, and we need to have the schedules for switching on. So an economy works with capacities, and all the secret is in the production of capacities. We need to understand how the people can charge the vehicles, for example, whether they will charge in the morning or at night. Requirements for development of the networks, where we will build the charging stations, because we need to understand that to charge a battery of 250 megawatts within 15 minutes, we needed to have the capacity of the charging station. 1 megawatt, it's big enough even for a big building, high-story building, and we need to introduce some changes in distribution system, and so all these questions we need to think about, because without the solution we will declare for a long time the high efficiency with ambitious goals, but we will need to be a bit of realists. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Once again, should there be any questions during our Q&A session, you're welcome to stay with us. Now we are moving on. The next presentation was to be made by Marina Kitina. And it resonates very much with the previous presentation. 10 years of development of electric mobility in Ukraine, figures, trends, and prospects. However, Ms. Marina would like us to make this presentation to happen on the 7th. Therefore, the next one to speak will be Valentyna Olishevska and Gennady Olishevsky, who work in the Department of Automobiles and Automotive Economy, National Technical University, Dnipro Polytechnics. Their topic is justification of updating the rolling stock of the enterprises and the conditions of the transition to electric vehicles. I can see your presentation already on the screen, so who will be presenting? Hello, it's going to be me. So, Madam Valentyna. We cannot see your presentation. Oh, yes, here it is. The topic of our presentation, unfortunately, the sound is very bad. So the topic is justification of possible updating the rolling stock of the enterprise and the conditions of transition to electric vehicles. We are representatives of the National Technical University, Dnipro Polytechnics. These are the points we are going to talk about: relevance, the objective of our work, inputs, the methodology, options to combine automobiles at the enterprise, results conclusions and different calculations of how this model works. When we talk about the relevance of these issues, this is a highly complicated issue because electric vehicles, or EVs, are a very popular thing. It's a fashionable fad nowadays. Everyone's talking and they're a buzz nowadays. But if you look at the life cycle of EVs, there are huge questions concerning how environmentally friendly the production of these vehicles, as well as the battery production, recycling, disposal of these batteries, etc. However, after having read the different kinds of publications, we have concluded that there is relevance for this point, which is evidenced by the following figures. Year to year, the number of EVs is increasing, and I have provided some of the figures here. For example, in 2022, the number of e-vehicles sold in India was more than 200%. In Japan, it increased by 100%. And in the other countries like Australia and the United States, 90 and 50% increase in the market, respectively. If we talk about the vehicles, they work on the internal combustion vehicles, and their share is increasing in all of the well-developed economies of the world. There is an interesting example to demonstrate that in Australia, there was a slight increase of 1%, and nowadays the markets of India and Southeast Asia also demonstrate a growth in EV sales. Next, in this slide, I wanted to demonstrate that nearly all leading automotive producers have rejected altogether or are declaring a rejection from conventional internal combustion vehicles, engines and vehicles. So this clearly demonstrates that there is a transition to e-vehicles worldwide. When talking about our country, we are also facing a pretty fascinating situation. In the first place, for the first time, Nissan e-vehicles became active in 2010, 2011. I did not reflect that in this slide. However, look here. The trend that we had throughout 2018. On the left, you can see in scheme A. This was as of 2018, and on the right, figure B, it shows you the second half of the same year, 2018, and some substantial changes that took place over that period. I also demonstrate here the changes in car sales during 2022. From July to December of the year, there is the following information concerning the breakdown of electric vehicles by different regions and cities. This information is commonly known, and I would like to wrap up this introduction by the following information that as of the 1st of June 2023 in our country, there were nearly 56,326 e-vehicles. So it once again attests to this process being very active. Therefore, we believe that this is of relevance for Ukraine, and we decided to provide our own rationale and justification what automotive industries and automotive enterprises are supposed to do during wartime when we don't have any additional resources, when all of the resources are scarce and restricted. Something else to add here is that we also have our own trouble with the car production in Ukraine. For example, 70% of the rolling stock of different kinds of transportation has become obsolete. So this speaks in favor of the necessity to update the rolling stock. In this paper, we have opted for the following vehicles: diesel-powered Hyundai i30 and Nissan Leaf and Renault Zoe, which are e-vehicles. Leaf is becoming more and more stable in terms of cornering the market over the last 10 years, while Renault Zoe, we have selected this particular make because it's pretty close in terms of different parameters to Nissan Leaf. We wanted to come up with an algorithm, with a methodology for it to be plain and simple, easy and comprehensible, to be applicable within a particular enterprise. Because we looked through different publications and we saw a lot of different mathematical computations, which are very much complicated. I even saw some conclusions that after such difficult computations, the authors suggest declining using e-vehicles. Why? Because a new e-vehicle costs so much more than a conventional internal combustion engine vehicles. But we decided to pursue this particular pathway. We decided to look at the costs to gain new devices, the costs for running, and the useful life cycle, depending on the needs of a practical automotive enterprise. From my perspective, when we begin to look into outlay and costs, it's absolutely necessary to count all of the outlay and expenditure for fuel. When we do technical examination of the vehicles at the first and second levels, as it happens in our country, if we are going to utilize vehicles, you also have to see how much power will cost, the consumption of power will cost for a particular enterprise. So all of these things are a must to be included in the costs. I apologize for the print being so fine. This block scheme probably doesn't stand very well to reading, but here once again at the beginning we begin to operate by costs, and then we shape a pretty plain and simple system. And we can see here different functional dependencies. The groups of vehicles, the number of vehicles, depending on their usefulness. It's something that can be utilized by any specialist in an enterprise. People who are even far from scientific research can easily cope this block scheme. So why do we see here two groups? On the left you can see the traditional conventional vehicles, whereas on the right you can... And the second group is the e-vehicles. And on the right you can see that we can introduce some complications to that. And it doesn't mean that we will have to buy a specific e-vehicle. We may obtain two different makes or kinds of EVs and play around this model. It's highly workable and it allows us to make very simple computation and calculations for any given number and types of vehicles. In this paper and in this presentation, I would like to demonstrate three different options, which I called options A, B, and C. For example, if we want to replace Hyundai i30 with Nissan Leaf, the first option. The second one, we would like to replace a third of our vehicles of Hyundai with Renault Zoe. And the third option being if we are going to buy both of the types, Hyundai and Renault vehicles, instead of Hyundai, Nissan and Renault. So we decided to play around these makes as well as the figures. Let's imagine that there is a particular automotive enterprise that would like to buy 15 EVs, 30, 50, 75 to 100 units. You can see this distribution in the table. And this table presents the calculations based on this algorithm. In color red, I underscore, this is Hyundai i30, that utilization of these cars is really harmful for the environment, much higher than it is in the case of EVs. And at this point, it's necessary to mention that we are talking about utilizing the car. So there's a lot of air pollution that ensues. And if an enterprise plans to buy 50 new e-vehicles, so the following may happen, not necessarily e-vehicles. So let them be 27 Hyundai i30 and 23 Nissan Leaf. vehicles, or you can see another option, 28 Hyundai 30 with 22 Hyundai Zoe. And at the bottom you can see this is a more complicated option, which encompasses 3 groups of vehicles or even more. So the methodology is pretty simple to understand. These graphs demonstrate that we operate in a very simple setting. This is MATCAT. If you run these figures, and if you get to a particular point, you immediately see the specific number of the particular group of vehicles and the dependency on them. So here we immediately can speak about plans of how to replace the rolling stock. This, as you can see, with 50 and 100 vehicles. So these dependencies are made automatically. This is very speedy and handy and very clear to understand. On this slide, I wanted to show the results of calculations and the demonstration that can be made if we have 3 groups of vehicles. At the bottom, you can see the blue line. This is Nissan Leaf, and the green line stands for Renault Zoe. Once again, if we include all of this computation, we can very easily understand what happens at any point. It can also be presented in the form of bar charts, which also is very graphic in percentages. Why do I keep reiterating that it should be graphic and understandable? I think that at an enterprise, everything has to be plain, simple, very visual, so that people immediately understand what replacements can be made. Thus, we conclude to the following. We made the following conclusion that it's true over the last years, e-vehicles, as well as globally and both globally and in our country, are gaining in popularity. We have written about the most popular vehicles, and Nissan Leaf is at the top of them, by the way. And here is an interesting point to mention: our country, in terms of rate of growth, is ahead of some countries, including Japan and the United States, the rate of using e-vehicles. So I suppose that this information can become helpful to an automotive enterprise to make this replacement, especially at the time when resources are scarce or highly limited. This can also be done at the level of micro-planning. Today we have heard a lot interesting and important presentations concerning macro level, but this is rather about micro level operation. This slide also reflects different illustrations and numbers that are pretty rational and easy to calculate, see, and draw your own conclusions. This is all from me. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you very much, Valentyna, for a highly relevant topic, because a lot of enterprises nowadays are buying EVs or intend to do so and are still doubting, vacillating, because this technology is pretty costly, and the international experience attests to that not being a very cheap technology. So these calculations are very useful. I'm not going to name the surname, a very serious mathematician, even a group of mathematicians. They use their own methodology, and results testify that e-vehicles are still a doubtful issue. Next to speak will be Mr. Kravtsov, Associate Professor of the Department of Metrology and Life Safety, Kharkiv National Automobile and Highway University. Danger of battery, electric and hybrid vehicles and their infrastructure. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen in a moment, with your permission. Just a second. I don't see that my screen has been projected. Hold on a second. IT support, would you kindly help me? I cannot turn on my slides. Help me, please. Can you hear me well? Yes, the IT support. We can see the window of your browser. Did you press display 1 or something different? Could you kindly tell us as you were trying to share your screen? I have pressed the button for the demonstration. Tell us, please, where is your presentation? You should have it. You can also operate it. And so can I, just a second. If you cannot run this presentation yourself, we will do it instead of you. Oh, just a second, I'm going to do it. Yes, it's on, thank you. Right, expand it, please. Press F5 on your computer, please. F5. Wonderful, thank you. Once again, I would like to greet all of the participants of the Third International Scientific and Practical Conference, and I'm very appreciative of this possibility to speak before you. As the previous speaker has said, the market of e-hybrid vehicles is increasing slowly but surely in Ukraine, and something I wanted to draw your attention to is the points of security and safety of utilizing hybrid e-vehicles in particular. You can see on this slide both internal and external challenges. We will be today talking about different kinds of batteries, traction batteries. You can see that there was a short circuit inside this vehicle at the on the scene of a traffic accident. When does this happen? When the battery itself is disrupted, when it gets broken, when a car runs into something. This immediately results in an instantaneous inflammation or even a possible explosion. Let us have a look at a lithium-ion battery and some other types of batteries or accumulators which we have used for the purposes of our study some 10 years ago in Zaporizhzhia car manufacturing facility. They produced Lanos cars and they transformed it into a hybrid vehicle. They installed different kinds of devices and all of the batteries. I will show you the table later. We tested all of those batteries. We worked on the basis of that. And the main principle was that the battery works in the following way.
And during the chemical reaction, we have the inverter, which transforms the direct current and sends the current to electric motor, and the motor uses alternating current. So you see the battery nickel cadmium and lithium ion. So lithium ion is the most well spread, and the next type is used in this sense, and it is placed in the whole bottom of let's say Tesla, Toyota, Mitsubishi or Nissan, any electric vehicle. So this is what we see from the side, but what is inside? So inside the battery you see ions of lithium. They go through electrolyte and they go up to a node, and then they create the compounds of graphite, and when they are discharging, the process is reverse. They go from anode to cathode, and then the process of electric current is appearing. But what happens where the oxygen appears inside, and where the short circuit can happen inside, and how to minimize all this? And let's see, on this picture we see that the negative electrodes with carbon matrix in the battery we can have the metal lithium, which is sedimented, so in the form of power like sediment, and so this sediment is gathered on the inside the electrolyte. So we see the active creation of oxygen, and during this we can see the creation of heat inside the battery, and with the pressure goes up, tightness can be damaged. So we developed this process, we looked at it, and we understood that that lithium is creating a big danger. So, and when we use the extinguishing means, water, powder, and so on, will increase the burning inside, and we can increase it to the explosion. So do you remember how the lithium-ion batteries can behave? And we see that these elements, battery elements, and these are the bulbs of argon, which we proposed to introduce inside the separator. And what happens then? When the inside short circuit can bring to the fire, but the temperature inside the battery will grow gradually from plus 70 to plus 90, and then the nodes started to deteriorate, and the lithium, which is inside the plates, starts to create water compounds like methane, ethylene, which are flammable, and the explosive mixtures which did not burn because of lack of oxygen. But when inside the battery, the reaction goes on with high temperature, which is growing, and when the temperature is plus 180 plus 200, and the material of exhaust gets into the contact with oxygen, and which brings to self-inflammation, and the casing is not tight anymore, and there we can introduce the argon gas, which inflows and which extinguishes what is starting to burn. So the next point is the patent. We see it now here, and then we went further on. We, together with the patent, we received one way of lithium-ion battery extinguishing. So we see a channel of lithium gases. They started to go out when the temperature is growing, and when the casing is destroyed, it started to be destroyed, the argon will inflow. So next point, we participated in the National University of Civil Defense. We received the second degree diploma for introduction of this battery. Then we found another solution for the safety of lithium-ion battery, which increases its defense against self-inflammation. So when under the high temperature which is growing on inside the battery, the temperature finds the inert gas or argon which is inside, and the internal space of the battery is filled with argon even before the oxygen goes inside, and it gets into reaction before the oxygen appears, and the filling with argon starts before, when there is the self-inflammation situation appears. So we see the patent which we received for this solution. So lithium-ion batteries can start to heat up because of the sediment powder type. And during this process, we can provide the batteries with this means which can prevent the burning, and we can assure the production and providing to the consumers. So we needed to communicate with the manufacturers of such batteries. And the most possible use of such batteries when the battery contact with different liquids, especially the lubricants and gasoline, and also the different types of gasoline can be inflammable, not depending the degree of this gasoline. So also you see all the types of substances, so the lubricants, cooling agents, braking agents. So you see the degrees, 400 degrees Celsius, and so we see that electric cars, they are the same danger-provoking elements, and so you see the bottom of the case, they are covered with bitumen, and also the doors, they are covered with cardboard. On the top of the roof we have the polyurethane foam, and also the covers of the seats, they use skin or plastic, and also of all kinds, with the tissues, with synthetic materials, and the dashboard, they are produced of plastics, and depending on the materials which are used in the cars, so a lot of inflammable materials are used in the production of the cars, so including the oils and lubricants and the fuel and the synthetic materials. So you see all these indicators of fire safety, and you see the temperatures when they can burn polyethylene, they can burn at 417, or they will melt at 120. Polypropylene 325 and 165 for melting. If the bitumen, then 280 and 300 for burning. So all the safety of the vehicles, they depend on the whole safety of electric system of the units, and this safety depends on heat amples, and so the challenges for heating of materials can bring it to fire. And this danger can be related also to assessment of fire protection potential. So I would like to wish to all who can possibility to contact the Kharkiv National University of Automobiles and Highway. Please write to us. I will leave you my contacts because the passengers and drivers they complain that the cars are not safe because when you send the car for market, you should finish its safety. Did you see the safety points in the modes of operation? So thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mykhaylo, and for your presentation about safety of electric cars, and every one of us also this is the relevant point. The next presentation is Olena Sakno, Associate Professor of the Department of Automobiles and Automotive Economy, National Technical University, Dnipro Polytechnics. Good afternoon. Do you see my presentation? Yes, we hear and we see it. I am Sakno Olena. I am a second year student of Dnipro Polytechnics. I will make a speech on the trends in motor vehicle electrification in Ukraine and analysis of sales of electric cars in Ukraine in 2012-2023. If we go to perspective trends in the car industry, electric cars. So in 2012, there were 7,000 only. In 2013, Ukrainian registered 50 electric cars. In 2014, 77, and according to data of road police, in 2016 the number grew by 14 times. In 2017, Ukrainians registered 3,200 with full electric and with hybrid units. And according to Ukrainian Association of Producers, the number of cars was two times times more than the previous year. So the growth was because of purchases of cars from US, and Ukrainians they buy the used and cars as well. And 2017 the new cars were 75%, but in 2016 it was only 9%. The most popular is Nissan Leaf, and 2017 the number of drivers was 2 times more than in 2016. In 2018 there were almost 3,000 electric cars registered, and the purchases grew every quarter. And if in the beginning of the year Ukrainians were not so active in registration, but the number grew substantially, and the third quarter showed the jump in registration. And the first place is kept by Nissan, 35% of registrations, then Tesla, BMW, the fourth place is Renault, and then Mercedes-Benz. In May 2019, there were 31% more sold than in the previous months. Also, the number of sales was 25,000 cars. Out of them, there were 13 full electric and 12,000 hybrid. So in 2020, as compared to 2019, the growth of new electric cars was about 23%, and at the end of 2020, the fleet in Ukraine was at 50,000. So these indicators were recorded in 2021. So there were almost half and half electric and hybrid cars. Next year, the number of cars grew by 19%. So the models were the same. The Nissan Leaf was again, then Toyota RAV4 was the second place, and the number of hybrids by Toyota is the leading. In 2023, it was the record of new electric cars. So it was 21,000 purchases, and it is the record of electric cars on Ukrainian car market, and the majority of cars in 2022 was brought from abroad as used cars, and the growth was 4 months at a run. And in October 2023, Ukrainians bought 6,000 cars. It's 156 cars more than in October the previous year, and so it is again the statistical record of cars sold in Ukraine. And the trucks only were 1% of these cars. And the new cars were only 13%, and at the end of October 2023, the total fleet of electric cars was 66,000 registered in Ukraine.
Of them, 74 and 7,000 are cars, 5 are buses, and hundreds of trucks. Thus, due to different conditions, we can also provide for the transition to e-vehicles. The development of charging stations for EVs. According to the owners of EVs, as of 2017, the situation with charging stations was pretty deplorable because the people with conventional styles were also taking up these stations, and sometimes it takes 10 to 20 minutes for the people to charge their vehicles, and for them to run 100 kilometers, it makes drivers really suffer for the cause. Whereas when we talk about utilizing the infrastructure in terms of charging stations, the infrastructure has developed, especially during the follow-up 3 years. The number of charging stations substantially grew in Ukraine. In 2017, after enterprise network, more than 1,400 different charging stations were added, and right now there are over 3,000. Other networks have increased the number of charging stations to more than 400. As of 2018, a new player came into the market, a network, Yasnoye Mobility, belonging to Detect. There have 28 charging stations they had at the time. Also, different kinds of legal framework documents were implemented in order to alleviate this situation with charging stations. As of the 1st of January 2022, the law on introducing amendments to different legal provisions in Ukraine came into effect to alleviate the entry into the market, particularly for EVs charging stations, and they would also like to introduce amendments to the Code of Administrative Offenses, which enables drivers who have EV battery-driven vehicles. Since February 24th to 2023, a new law was enacted about charging stations infrastructure for EVs in Ukraine, which incentivizes the development of charging stations in Ukraine, which will result in substantial growth of EVs and e-vehicles, and thus drastically reduce the number of petrol-burning vehicles. So studying the market in Ukraine that testifies to the substantial growth of EV market in Ukraine. Nissan, Tesla, and Toyota are the leading market players. We might have more than 70,000 units of EVs in Ukraine, and year to year the infrastructure is getting better for them. The main companies to provide services in the charging station system, it's Auto Enterprise, Toka, and Detect, and Yasnoye Mobility. Also, to activate the development, we have to pay attention to the following factors. That is the implementation of the state-of-the-art technology, and the reliable work of electric grids, making sure that there are necessary places designated, and upgrading the culture of e-vehicle drivers. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Olena, for your very interesting presentation. According to our agenda, the next presentation is going to be made by Viktor Gorytski, Director of the State Enterprise State Road Transport Research Institute, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Professor, Honored Personality of Science and Technology of Ukraine. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Can you see my screen? I hope you can. So, dear colleagues, the topic of my presentation is digital transformation of the road transport sector, intelligent transport systems. I would like to apologize right from the start. I'm not going to remove the left-hand column because I have more slides than 15 minutes would allow me to speak about. So this will act as a guideline for me to proceed faster. So the topic of my presentation, as I said, it sounds pretty exotic in a way, particularly for our target audience. However, I will still endeavor to demonstrate to you that this is not just about our future, it's already about our present day, which has already come, and it happened yesterday. So we will be talking about intelligent transport systems. We can talk at length about their history. I'm not going to dwell on that, particularly the 1980s, the 1990s. But systemically speaking, all of this started back. They were initiated by two events that were instigated by the UN two world summits. One took place in Geneva, which happened on the 12th of December 2003. And in 7 days, we will celebrate its 20th anniversary. This was the basic event. And the second one took place back in 2005 in Tunisia. So at these two summits, virtually all leaders, the heads of all of the developed countries, 172 countries, for example, were presented at Geneva event, and they adopted two documents, the Declaration of Principles to Build an Information Society and the Action Plan for the Information Society. And in 2002, there were commitments and the program to build the information society adopted. Item 8 in the declaration says that we are aware that information and communication technologies play a huge impact and affect all of the aspects of our lives. And during the follow-up 20 years, those years have clearly demonstrated exactly that. Currently, it's a maxim. It goes without saying that implementing information and communication technologies, and let me underscore it, that from the standpoint of international standards, it's proper to say information communication technologies, although, of course, the synonym to that would be digital technologies, digital equipment, appliances, etc. However, in documents, in the official papers, it was adopted to say ICTs, information communication technologies. Of course, lagging of any country in the rate of growth in this area and implementation of information communication technology, the so-called digital gap, immediately results in the countries lagging in all sectors of economy without an exception, starting with education as a baseline sector and all the way to high technologies, etc. In essence, the whole world has come to acknowledge that a new reality has grown during the last 20 years, which instigate the governments to implement special technologies and policy making in the following areas. I'm talking about the national legislation, which is the most important thing, state technologies, as well as projects and programs to back up the state-run strategies. I would also like to say that after Ukraine signed its association agreement with the EU in 2014, to implement the profile documents and projects of the EU in the Ukrainian national implementation has become our commitment. And when different indicators assessed, which we can hear about in terms of the readiness of Ukraine to be access to the EU, they always look at the implementation of all of these legislative acts, the way that this gets adjusted in the legal system of Ukraine. So when we talk about automotive transport, roads, for them to run on, and the way that is being implemented in Ukraine, that's exactly the subject matter of my presentation. Concerning the European Union and Europe at large, let me say the following. In the association agreement between Ukraine and the EU, there it speaks about the digital agenda for Europe, and I added and others, as well as the strategy of the economic development and the follow-up documents, again, is an amendment of mine. Why is that? Because the European Union is moving along very quickly, especially in terms of the legal framework. Back in 2005, even starting with 2000, they accepted the program Europe Information Society for All. This came even before the global summit held in Geneva, but in a way, Europe became the driving force for that global summit to be held. In 2005, the information society and media are not going to read all of these names and titles of these initiatives. In 2010, followed another initiative to specify 7 areas, 101 different activities to promote the development of the digital society where different intelligent automotive systems belong. In 2012, they also added cloud computation in the EU. In 2015, the strategy of the single digital market was adopted in 2020. So let me underscore it again. Our association agreement heavily depends on everything that was adopted back in 2010. In 2020, the next digital strategy was adopted, the formation of the digital future of Europe, and that was followed by in 2021 with the strategy for the next decade, the digital compass of the European pathway. So studying all of these documents shows us that they are intrinsically connected, they're very well calculated, that they fall into a numerous number of different programs and sub-programs, which are very swiftly and efficiently reach their goals and are implemented in new follow-up documents. Talking about the smart or intellectual transport systems, in 2010 a directive was approved. The title of that is indicated there. The European Parliament and the Council of July on the Intelligent Transport Systems. This directive is still effective as of now for the European Union, and within the framework of
Хто мені скаже? Бо я якийсь час доповідав.
All right. I suppose it was the previous slide, slide 7. Yes, exactly. So there was an European directive approved in order to develop smart intellectual transportation systems and unfold them and deploy them. So when we talk about shaping intellectual transportation systems according to the European legislation, in the first place we mean automotive transport, not railways, not aviation, and there is a specific identification, something that I'm going to reiterate in the following slide. The subject and the area of application is the support of a well-coordinated and aligned deployment of intellectual transportation systems, as well as the development of specifications and standards to support that. And I will show you further on that it's not just an indication where and how to proceed. It's a plan and a requirement for development of specifications and requirements that will enable them to develop and unfold intellectual transportation systems. Let me skip this one. So in general terms, what does it look like? As of now, in part of intelligent transport systems in the EU, not only in the EU but globally, dozens and dozens of different standards have been approved and implemented. I will show you their numbers as we proceed. One of these standards in their title, they usually have the following 3 words: intelligent transport systems. And one of these standards, you can see the example of them, 21-217, adopted in 2020, and then it was updated in 2014. So this is to show you what intelligent transport systems look like as of now, including the components of satellites, the components of land stations, stationary equipment. Let me skip this one as well. And this one I will demonstrate. So just have a look at the sheer number of standards, and this is not an exhaustive list, far from that, that all relate to intelligent transport systems. All of them, these are not just the standards far-fetched, but all of them revolve around intelligent transport systems. And the number of these standards approved as of now to ensure the deployment of the intelligent transport systems within the EU. We're only talking about the EU and the directives issued by this entity. There are 64 international standards issued by the EU, 4 on standardization, and a variety of different project documentation. So you can see the overall number of these standards stands at 107. Of course, I do not aspire to the final truth, but once again, I'm under the impression that in Ukraine, the number of these implemented standards are probably next to nothing, maybe a handful. I tried to find some of the state standards that would include these standards. Maybe some of them are going to be just copy-pasted for us, because it's the speediest way, but of course they have to be approved in order to be applied. So there will be more to follow. Now concerning Ukraine in a targeted way, how has Ukraine been developing its legal framework and legislation after these global summits? Again, I will be concise. In 1998, there was the law of Ukraine, the concept of the National Program on Information. It was a very fine law. We have very fine and very good foundations to develop this area. In Ukraine, the first computer was created, we remember, in the continental Europe. We used to have a powerful institute of cybernetics, one of the most potent ones in the world. So Ukraine has a lot of involvement in that. Therefore, basically, the legislation has been progressing quite dynamically. This, in 2007, there was a target law about the foundations of the information society approved in Ukraine, but its content was pretty vague. Then back in 2013, there was a disposition of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine issued about the approval of the strategy for information society development of Ukraine. And in 2018, there was a concept for the development of digital economy. They began to develop the Internet of Things, digitalization, and establishment of most contemporary system for intellectual security of citizens and critical infrastructure.
З точки зору
From the point of view of intellectual transportation systems. So this is the same concept, and there was an action plan for this concept. 3 points of this action plan. Anna was speaking about it today. Some digital transformation, digital technologies, wireless communication. So we are coming close in a legislation point of view to terminology and notions which will help us to introduce the intellectual transport systems. And finally, in 2023, the law was adopted. It was effective since the 1st of March on informatization, and it is clearly written that for information society we needed to introduce information and communication technologies. So this is the law since 1998, but modernized. So the national transport system of Ukraine, we spoke about it today, but I would like to add that the definition of intellectual transport system was already announced. The action plan we were speaking today already, introduction of intellectual transport system is not what we need a bit. I mean, the directive of 2010, because there is weight control and then the railway transportation, and 176 intellectual transportation systems, but about transportation card map of accessibility, I think it is fulfilled, but not so much related to intellectual transportation systems as it is in the directive. So we'll not speak about financial agreement, but I looked at the website Ukravtodor, as agency of recovery. They have the concept of an informatization of transportation system. It is there since 2009, and almost nothing was done since then. So we have plans, and I understand we will need to implement these plans. But at least this is the concept of informatization of the system made in 2009. So our country needs very big work to be done, and today it has a very difficult nature. Very short about connection of the cars. I would say that would say that we have lots of signs of connected cars today. I will stop on the autopilot. This picture shows what it is as a connected car, and I just draw attention. It should be road infrastructure and cloud technologies, not only the passengers, but very serious things. And I would like to draw your attention to classification of autopilot. There are 6 signs and autopilot for modern cars. Please look on this picture I copied, so you don't need to drive this car as in science fiction. In science fiction films, we bring lots of Tesla. Next, 4th level is Hyundai, manufactured since 2018, and 5th level ID Vision for Volkswagen, presented at Geneva show. They will be produced since 2025, and they will go to 5th level in 2030. So this is Geneva automobile show. So this is the car without a steering wheel at all, and it is produced, and I think that in some time Tesla is for the 4th year already in Ukraine. And the 5th will be in Ukraine in 5 years. And what it will mean, so in short, the system of value, modern information communication technologies in the value of the car, but today we have almost half of the value of the car, so we can miss if the car with half of its value in information and communication technologies, which they need specific transportation system, but if it will be like if you buy a ticket in a cinema, you go to the cinema, but there is no film because no possibility. So this statistics brings us to conclusion that we, as citizens and the country, we will lose half of the money, or about half. We will pay not for what it worth or needed. Also, the lack of electronic components was 50% last year, and I am going out of time limit. So I would say that two last points, automobile infrastructure and automobile clouds. Today, these are two new modern technologies of connection of the car, which allow, for example, cloud car analytics and AI aggregation of data, remote download of programs, remote steering, and so on. Today, it is not a future, it is today a life which requires from us key technologies which permit to connect the car. I just pointed out two of them. The technology with low response with 1 millisecond, so the car becomes a part of a cyber system and almost in the Internet of Things, but the delay of less than 1 millisecond and connection with extra high speeds, which will bring the top technologies which will be used there. And I'm coming to an end. I would say that how the information and intellectual transportation system is looking. It is looking like an engineering structure. And the transportation system has the base network main portions, and so this base network is underwater and under the ground. It is not a radio, so we can speak about satellite components, but it is not the same speed. And this base structure is a very serious information and engineering structure, which is created together with automobile roads. And one more picture, how it looks like. Information communication component of intellectual transportation system. If it is built and functions as a complex system, it's a very serious set of technologies, starting from analytical center, cloud technologies, and coming to monitoring and telecommunication systems. So, as of today, I tried, we can see where they are, all these, and I will show in my outlines one more. So we once in the beginning of 2000 we developed with the Scientific Institute with Director Sazonenko, we planned and designed the road, and it was said that it is the most modern now. So this is the road is coming to Borispol airport. I remember it was in 2006, and there were two institutes working on this project, and we have a very big tasks in front of us, and the whole list, first of all, concerns the standards and legal elements, so then the infrastructure facilities, so the qualified tasks for road industry in Ukraine, and so on. So this is all from my side. This is my photo in this World Summit in 2003. Thank you for your attention, and all questions please send to my discussion panel. So this topic is very serious, and we try to capture it from all sides, and we have to capture it, otherwise the road transportation in Ukraine will be one-sided only. Thank you for your very important and presentation. It's a topic for the whole conference, and if you permit, if Victor permits, we will shift it to the end of the conference. Not all participants have the connection to internet and to electricity, and we give the floor to Viktor Ustymenko. Please, Victor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? So please permit me to greet everyone at this conference, which becomes a traditional one. The first conference was a precedent, the second was a repetition, and now today it is the tradition, and it is a very tight and extremely efficient day. I was surprised by this photo and impressed by the photo without steering wheel. The previous presentations, they reflect a bit my presentation. So, especially the energy system of Ukraine, and without a powerful energy system, we cannot decarbonize the transportation. It is impossible. Now we see it, so okay. But I don't see it myself. So the main principles of decarbonization in Europe, which we needed to know because this year Ukraine became officially the candidate for European Union, are the following. First, at the top, the principles of green economy, which were adopted in 2012 in Rio de Janeiro. Then there was the Paris Climate Treaty in 2019. Very important program, strategic document, European Bill in 2019, the Green Deal, and European climate law, which fixed the provisions of European Green Deal in legislation. already. So you see, from my point of view, the infographic is quite good, especially about the timeline for adoption of these documents from 2019 to 2022. The first was the European Green Deal at the end of 2019, which substantially changed the position of EU in this field, especially in these 3 years. This position underwent 2 times changes. First time was after the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, and European Union reviewed the use of Russian oil and gas, transition to renewable sources of energy, of biomethane and hydrogen and so on.
The key policy points concerning decarbonizing the mobility sector undoubtedly cover not only automotive transport, the requirements and program issues regarding decarbonization of water transport are also included here, aviation in particular. It is planned by 2050 that aviation will have to go fully decarbonized, and they will have to start using synthetic aviation fuels, which are to be produced from renewable raw materials. And in their composition and peculiarities, they are fully compliant with the current fuel burned by the aviation, but of course the exhaust fumes are much less. So for each of these posts, you can see different color coding, which matches the program document and strategies of the EU for which they amend. Once again, I'm not going to dwell on this document anymore. Fumes, gas emissions, exhaust by fuels, transportation in Ukraine as opposed to the EU. I have taken the latest information from the report concerning green gas emissions as of 2023, and I collate that to the information concerning before the COVID time. And you can see the share of that. At the time before COVID, it was about 25%. In 2025, it declined very much in the EU, just like in Ukraine. In the previous reports, these numbers stood at higher values. The structure of exhaust fumes. Once again, we get to see that both in the EU and Ukraine, the greatest contribution is no doubt contributed by road traffic. What makes the EU different from Ukraine is in aviation, water transport in Europe, they utilize that much more. But other modes of transport are more prevalent in terms of their contribution to green gas emissions, particularly when we talk about pipeline, highways, different kinds of machinery which is used on dirt roads. So once again, calculated green gas emissions and their calculation in Ukraine is somewhat different, or vastly different from the way they calculate these figures in the EU. A legal framework in Ukraine, different strategies concerning decarbonizing transportation in Ukraine. We don't have a single or unified system within the legal framework of Ukraine to run and guide all of these points. We have a law, though, 2739. It speaks about certain issues of introducing second-hand cars and brand new cars into Ukraine, different kinds of car laws to incentivize and deter, to incentivize the development of e-vehicles in Ukraine. This year, the third law was adopted, in which amendments were introduced to the previous two laws to incentivize the transportation, which works exceptionally on compressed liquefied gas, energy systems for burning gas. The law was adopted in 2025 about the development and the production of biomethane in Ukraine, as well as the nationwide strategy for Ukraine, which at the end of this year was revisited, and the project for updating the strategy was developed. It hasn't been approved yet. We have also mentioned today the energy strategy of Ukraine. This is the document for official use within ministries. It hasn't been promulgated anywhere yet. Only the Energy Ministry reported in London at the conference this year about this law, and I'm going to speak about that at length a bit later. Also, the law, the draft law on the recovery of Ukraine mentioned here today was also approved this year, and the law on applying liquid fuels for Ukrainian transportation. We have developed this complicated infographics that covers the period of 2023 through 2035, which is analogous to what we were able to see during the period of 2019 through 2023. Specific documents adopted in the European Union. In the first place, it applies to Euro 7. This is the regulation concerning the norms related to Euro 7. In 2 days, I will also be making a presentation based on this particular document. The only thing to tell you is on the 9th of November this year, the draft of this regulation was approved in its first reading. And at that, amendments were introduced concerning the application of these norms. You may know that for the cars, they plan to do that in the middle of 2025 for lorries and trucks. In 2027, this deadline was postponed. For cars, it's going to be in 2 years' time. For lorries and trucks, after 2027, 2 years after the legislation becomes enacted. After all of the necessary regulations have been developed and passed into effect. Also, new terms have been approved. The deadlines concerning Euro 6 operation for small cars, commercial vehicles, all the way through 2030 and 2031. So you can see some postponements. Another important step, the European Parliament approved the ban on the first registration of cars and commercial vehicles that are driven by internal combustion engines. After all, this is not the final decision that they have taken, but once again, at the initiative of Germany, an exception has been made for synthetic fuels, in favor of synthetic fuels. In other words, it will be permissible, supposedly to register such vehicles if they are driven by internal combustion engines, if they work on these synthetic fuels. Regarding these documents cited here below that belong to the Ukrainian legislation, the energy strategy all the way through 2050 was adopted this year by the law of Ukraine. It is envisaged that by the end of this year, for all of the authorities to develop and approve the programs for EV charging stations, starting on the 1st of January 2025. The norms of Euro 6 have to come into effect. In EU, they will be abolished, whereas in Ukraine, they will be just introduced. And for all of the modes and categories of transportation vehicles, except cars, second-hand vehicles we're talking about, and cars, you may well remember all of those questions concerning second-hand European vehicles imported into Ukraine that were operating here on the European number plates. At that time, we applied to the level of Euro 2. Given the average age of the automotive fleet of Ukraine stands already at 23.2 years old. This is the oldest automotive fleet, car fleet and vehicle fleet. It's twice as old as in the EU. So this law is due and long due, and no other initiatives contrary to that are possible. And no doubt, in order to further develop the area of decarbonization for transportation, it takes a program document meant for the development of alternative energy sources and fuels. Given 2014-94 EU directive, which provides for every country in Europe, member state in the EU is supposed to have a program of the kind and annually report to the European Commission about its implementation. Two more norms based on the law of Ukraine number 2956 that have been implemented and started with 2030. The procurements for public transport for all villages, towns, and cities. Permissible will only be electrobuses working on liquefied natural gas. So they will be working exceptionally on gas, liquefied gas, or biomethane. So this is a really serious challenge and requirement for Ukraine. And starting with 2036, it will be allowed to use for public transport purposes to use only such electrobuses and buses in all regional and local communities and centers. When talking about green gas emissions exhausted by cars, of course we understand that car traffic is of the serious concern. In the EU, it's 60% of CO2 emissions caused by automotive transport. Therefore, in the EU, were adopted very serious means and measures. You can see various kinds of restrictions concerning the amount of gases for carbon dioxide emissions, and by 2035, this norm will have to be reduced to 0. So this means a full transition to vehicles and cars that operate on electric batteries or hydrogen fuels. A lot of attention is also being paid in these program documents to employment of different alternative energy sources and fuels. So what is the dynamics in the EU? As you can see it in this graph, this line represents battery-driven e-vehicles, and this one represents hybrid e-vehicles. One of them you can see is growing incrementally in terms of the registration, whilst conventional cars remain at the same level. As of 2022, we came up with the following table with the following percentages, and we should say that in the EU, liquefied petrol gases and condensed natural gases, as well as liquefied natural gases, are considered to be alternative energy sources, unlike what is enshrined in the Ukrainian legislation. This is the percentage of all of the automotive fleet. So you can see overall it comprises 5.76%. You can see here e-vehicles driven on batteries, and that comprises 1.19%. In line with the law on automotive transport, amendments have been introduced concerning terminology. There is a lot of conflict in terminology used, but once again, distinctions persist. In Ukraine, the definition for an EV is the same as a battery e-vehicle. And along with that, we also have a definition for plug-in hybrid e-vehicle, as well as an e-vehicle which is driven on hydrogen, whereas the last category in Europe is considered to be e-vehicles, and they calculate them as regular e-vehicles. Unfortunately, in our country, currently there is no statistics concerning the car fleet operational in Ukraine, and we as a candidate for the EU membership will have to tackle this as soon as possible, because this is the responsibility of the Ministry of Interior. As of now, we are operating only the expert assessments, such as Auto Consulting 95, or the data gathered concerning fuels consumed. If we look at the information over 2019, an energy equivalent of the overall automotive fleet of Ukraine, the share of diesel fuel stood at 53%, petrol was at 18.5%, liquefied gas was higher in terms of popularity. At 1.2% stood biofuel, and 0.3 was SPG. Что такое SPG? LPG. So this is a highly unreliable statistic. In the year 2020, the level of consumed petrol was nearly the same as the level of liquefied gas. In their approaches, the EU consider biofuel, liquefied gas, and condensed gas to be alternative energy sources. So that stood at 24.8% in Ukraine. And you remember that in the EU, alternative energy sources driven e-vehicles stood at something above 5%. Nowadays, they have already spoken several times today concerning the statistics with reference to the growth of e-vehicles, battery-driven e-vehicles in Ukraine. The latest information that we have regarding that says that we have more than 77,000 e-vehicles registered in Ukraine, and they forecast that in the nearest future we're going to have more than 84,000 e-vehicles. So in Ukraine, This number stands at 0.9% as opposed to 5% in Europe. So the fleet of cars is 9 million cars, according to the assessments of the Auto Consulting. 90 to 95 million vehicles. Concerning the forecast of the structure of the car fleet in the EU until 2050. This forecast had been made before the adoption of the key policies, and the period covers the 2019 through 2022. At that time, the EU was planning that by 2050, they would have arrived at 50 to 55% of e-vehicles, and electric vehicles would be 31% of that share. And they still provided for gasoline-driven cars and diesel fuel cars. However, after new key policies have been approved, in fact, if we put all of these indicators together, we are going to have 99%, which means that if in 2035 they ban the registration of cars with internal combustion fuel and engines running on that, so there will hardly be any vehicles of the kind by that time, by 2050. In the EU, the average life cycle of such cars is about 11 years, whereas in our country, it's 23.2 years life cycle. Concerning the forecast with reference to the structure of automotive vehicles fleet in Ukraine by 2050, sectoral assumptions that have been made by the Energy Security Working Group, they say that by 2035 this share will come up to 15%, and by 2015 it will come up to nearly 80%.
So when we understand that it's with battery cars, it will be very big number for Ukraine. If we take into account the cars with hydrogen cells, we consider that in 2030, with this speed as it is now, in 3 years we increased the number of electric cars 3 times, and we have them 10-12%, and by 2050 they will be by 50%, and probably the rest will be the cars with gas cylinders with natural gas. This is about what Borys Kostyukovsky was telling us in details. That means the infrastructure development in EU when they put the tax up to 2025 for passenger cars and up to 2030 for trucks. There will be electric charging station every 60 kilometers, and of course the number of cars will be that are charged will grow, and every 200 kilometers by 2030 there should be a hydrogen charging station filled with gas, and the condition is that the vehicles should travel inside the European Union freely. And the project of national strategy of Ukraine, and there was a point, we don't know if it will be left in the final version. It was the development of alternative energy sources for transportation industry, and according to directive, it is related to road transport, to railways, to water transport and aviation. And if we don't have the systematic approach, all this, the rest will not be possible. As for the ecological resources for ecological transport, there was a presentation in London. June, Borys was speaking about this and showed these numbers, and so this is infographics, quite sophisticated and developed by the group of energy security, and I put in red which can be related to energy resources of transport, and then we developed out of this table a simplified version. So according to this program, what we have as expectations in natural gas in 2019, we had really about 30% and in 2020 we used actually Russian gas, and this year we finished with Ukrainian gas. In 2032 we plan that we will have the export capacities. Also, we mentioned the problems with balancing of electric energy, and the global project. At the beginning, it was a pilot one, and if possible, we'll make it industrial. It was the proficiency of electric energy. It will be directed to hydrogen production, so that by 2032 we will have 1.5 million tons for export. And if we have it in Ukraine, of course, it will give the impulse for development of this fuel use in transportation. Of course, we plan for export of electric energy, and these are the very rose plans, and of course, the success of development of road transportation and all the transportation system depends on the end of the war, development of energy system, development of electric charging stations, and hydrogen charging stations, and the time of getting the full membership for Ukraine in EU. And also at the time Ukraine was the first republic of the Soviet Union with the number of cars with natural gas cylinders and the amount of natural gas network was closed last year because of the risks of safety. But if at least some part of these stations would work, not compressed but liquefied gas, the development of this system would stop for many years. Thank you. And I just see that you decided to use to maximum the access to internet. We present our apologies to the participants because the topic was very interesting and so much important, and we will consider that it was the two presentations at a time. So we are coming to coffee break, but we work in online mode, and I propose to use the same time for presentations and for coffee at the same time. So we give the floor to Andriy Gorpynyuk, head of Center of Scientific Research in the field of transport safety, acting deputy director of industrial activity and the State Road Transport Research Institute. So I have my birthday today, so I would confirm that he has his birthday. Our greetings and congratulations today on his birthday. Please, Andriy. Thank you, dear colleagues. And do you hear me and see my presentation? Yes, we see it and we hear you well. So let's do it as it is, not to make the single screen because I have some technical problems. So if you see it, so the topic is implementation in Ukraine of the provisions of the agreement on international transportation of perishable food products and on special vehicles intended for these transportations. So the vehicles which transport perishable food goods should be in compliance with international treatment on such vehicles and on these vehicles. So this treatment was established in 1970 and became effective in 1976. Ukraine joined the treaty according to the order of the President of Ukraine on 2nd April 2002. And the document for joining the treaty was transferred to the Secretary General in 2007, and efficient it became in 2008. And also in Ukraine today we don't have the procedure for fulfilling the treaty, namely the vehicles that use ice and refrigerated cases. We don't have a laboratory as a system of certification and delivery of certificates according to the treaty. It is not regulated as state monitoring and supervision in this field So the treaty was developed for control of the quality of perishable goods during their transportation by specialized vehicles. The main provisions of the treaty, so the transportation of by specialized vehicles, checking of the vehicles on planned basis, technological checks of vehicles, and control by the transporters who control the perishable goods according to the treaty. Technical checks of isothermic vehicles can be done in specialized chambers and should be done in such terms before the commissioning of vehicles through tests and according to the term of periodical test is 6 years. A periodical test, but at least once in 3 years through expert check and everywhere at the request of competent authorities through expert check. As of 2022, the treaties to the parties to the treaties were 51 countries, and according to the treaty, transportation vehicles which transport perishable goods should have the certificate under the treaty, and the checking should be done in testing laboratories and authorized organizations. The certificate of the treaty should be provided by the competent authority in which the vehicle is registered. And in Ukraine, the competent authority is the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories. According to decree of 2017, according to the treaty for transportation of perishable goods and vehicles for such transportations. We should mention that according to the order from 11 December 2007, number 1145, the research institute is the performer according to this decree, and it should assure the performance and fulfillment of the requirements according to the treaty. Also, the specialists who passed specified training under the requirements of the treaty and under the guidance of a German company. The certification scope was increased in 2016, and the National Accreditation Agency delivered the certificate of accreditation. The company has the measurement tools for checking and also technical facilities for checking according to the treaty as an inspection body through other enterprises and as by itself. So the checking of vehicles through the network of the institute. There are lots of cases with damages inside the cases and cabins, which negatively influences the conditions of transportation and the consumption of fuel. European experience of implementation of the treaty. Let's fulfillment in France and Germany. Currently, the laboratories they check the fulfillment of the requirement. In Germany, it's the Ministry of Transport, and in France, Ministry of Ecological Transformation. Their functions also include fulfillment of the treaty, also use of authorized companies and organizations, coordination of technical tests, assuring periodical checks, keeping the registers of checks according to requirements of the treaty, cooperation with other authorities, taking part in the committee of internal transportation, and defining if the vehicle is under the requirements, and assuring means for the technical checks. Also, checking the vehicles according to the treaty. Also, delegated authority powers to other organizations. They provide for such organizations other functions. Registration of the vehicles, providing of a certificate to companies on the compliance of the treaty, and assuring the system of technical checking according to the treaty and according to the certificates. The advantages of the approach in France and Germany of the treaty is the simplified technical checking procedure of vehicles, and also received by the transporters the certificate for transportation of perishable goods. Also, such approach is not without the defects. So, using the organizations with delegated authorities to check the vehicles under the treaty with certificates, at the end of such checks lead to risks of biased approach during the checks and the entering of data in the registers.
What are the ways to implement this agreement in Ukraine? In Ukraine, for these provisions, it's necessary to account for the international experience, as well as national specificity, possible issues that might occur in terms of implementing the European experience in Ukraine. There is a special organizational system to implement this agreement. So this system is the most expedient from the standpoint of practical implementation of this agreement in Ukraine, because it accounts most for the national specificity and contemporary conditions in Ukraine, as well as it meets the needs of the market and the consumers in the market, and it can ensure the full scope of implementing the agreement in Ukraine. The structural organizational diagram provides for the necessary organizational units to be established, which, as members of this system, will ensure the system of technical inspections, checks, and the control of vehicles to comply with their specific technical functionality. So there has to be an authoritative body established, designated by the Ministry of Infrastructural Development. There needs to be a competent body responsible for checking the vehicles for the compliance with technical specifications, to ensure that the whole system runs smoothly. And different laboratories and expert organizations which are responsible for technical inspections of the vehicles in question. And it's necessary to identify the membership of the personnel working in such laboratories, responsible for their institutional activities. have to be sufficient and adequate to fulfill the full cycle of works connected with the technical inspections for isothermic vehicles or units of transportation. Exercising control over the vehicles to transport perishable food products and economic entities. These are carriers which exercising their activities for transporting perishable food products. So there is also a clear-cut division in functions, obligations, and compliance with the obligation to undergo different inspections. So the competent board designated for the implementation of this agreement in Ukraine, and the competent board responsible for the implementation of the system of technical verifications and inspections, the laboratory chain, and the bodies operating the whole functionality. They also need to ensure the protection of database and running the whole registry of documentation that confirms the compliance of the vehicles with the requirements of the agreement, as well as the registry of expert organizations and the experts themselves. Once again, to implement the requirements of this agreement, on this slide you can see the following scheme with the distinctive functional obligations and which of the entities is going to be dispensed of these obligations. So the competent body to implement the provisions of the agreed. This is the Ministry of Infrastructural Development. It authorizes the entities to exercise the necessary technical inspections. It runs the registry of the economic entities authorized, and it participates in the work of the UN task force, as well as reports to the UN. The competent body to ensure this system of the functional system of technical control with the requirements of the agreement is responsible for confirming the compliance with the technical requirements, runs the registry of the documentation for the full compliance with the requirements of the agreement, ensures functional system of technical verification of isothermic technical devices. It participates in the authorization of economic entities to go for technical inspections, and it exercises oversight of the work of expert organizations and participates once again in the above-mentioned working group under the auspices of the UN. Then designated bodies will have to be qualified as technical experts. They need to have the necessary equipment. They ensure technical inspections and they report to the competent authorities. The control authorities that will be exercised by the Untitled Trends inspection. They will be making sure that all of the equipment and all of the vehicles are in full working order, and they will report to the authorized authorities about any deficiencies detected. This functional scheme of implementing the provisions of the agreement very visually speaks about direct connections and the feedback that can be provided within this framework. At the first glance, it looks complicated, but once again, if you pay attention to that, it doesn't look that difficult because it ensures transparency, lack of bias, and compliance with the requirements and provisions of this agreement. So let us move on to the results and conclusions. Despite the fact that this agreement came into effect back in 2008, unfortunately, up until now, the provisions of this agreement haven't been fully implemented in Ukraine. Along with that, the requirements of the blockade of the majority of the seaport and the lack of aviation connectivity for Ukraine, underdevelopment of the communications between Ukraine and other contractual parties to this agreement mean that we need to provide for the highway connections. Unfortunately, now our carriers are not on an equal footing with the international carriers because they are forced to go through different kinds of inspections of their vehicles abroad. And the provided analysis of the European experience in terms of the implementations of the respective agreement bears witness to the both positives and negatives in terms of implementing the agreement. If there is a mirror implementation of the agreement, we suppose that Germany and France will have to approve the respective provisions themselves. And we need to make sure that The law of Ukraine, based on this agreement, will have to cover all of the specificities of the market and will enhance the quality of transporting perishable food products and thus competitiveness of the national food product carriers on the international arena. Thank you very much for your attention. I suppose that I have not provided you with way too much information. I haven't burdened you and I haven't overtaken the time, and I suppose that we will continue working in terms of implementing the agreement of this international law on or international agreement on the transportation of perishable food products. Thank you very much for your outlook on this very necessary law. And we hope that very soon, instead of us embracing the experience of Germany, Germany will be embracing Ukrainian experiences. I would also like to point out that when we were trained in 2014 to understand this topicality, some international trainers arrived from Germany, and they were vastly impressed with our attainments because of the complex of activities that we had created, how well versed we were in that topicality, although we were not working with this topic on a day-to-day basis, and we were rated very highly. As of now, the Ministry of Infrastructural Development has undertaken the practical implementation of this agreement. Therefore, I very much hope that in Ukraine we will soon issue the entities with respective certificates. Thank you. With your permission, I would like to ask if all of the participants planned to present today have taken this opportunity. It seems that we only have 2 presentations left. Are there any volunteers? No. Then, with your permission, I am taking it to the last 2 presentations. Presentation number 34 on our program and presentation 28. I'm going to share my screen right now. So first, very briefly, about the order issued by the Ministry on the 2nd of November, which has gained resonance in a lot of technical enterprises, about the approval of the norms of fuel and different fuel materials, lubricants in Ukraine. This law was approved in 2013 by the respective regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. This was a revolutionary adoption at the time because we had moved from the old approaches to the document owned by Ukraine. I can see a hand raised. You're welcome to speak. Did you want to make a comment? Okay. Hand removed. So since then, since 2014, since the time of hostilities started in Ukraine, and since the full-scale invasion started in Ukraine, we made 3 submissions to the ministry concerning the sorely needed amendments because they concern the conditions of employing vehicles in the area of hostilities, where there are a lot of ruined infrastructure, where the conditions for employing different transport modes have changed in urban areas and rural areas in particular. However, the stance of the ministry was as follows. The incumbent provisions of the ministry say that no amendments can be permissible at this point in time. So the ministry said that they would like us to develop, and this is what we are busy working with, they would like us to develop the national standard in this area. And for the transitional period, they would like us to also develop some methodological recommendations to cope with the problems which are to do with utilizing different kinds of transportation. So this order was issued before methodological recommendations were developed. So in essence, nothing much is going to be changed in terms of the norms and rations of fuels and energy resources, because the previous order has been repealed and it was to be applied on a voluntary basis, and it covered some of the enterprises which were in subordination of the Ministry of the Infrastructural Development. However, the whole country was operating by this decree because they were clear-cut, understandable in terms of making proper relations, building proper relations between auditing structures and different economic entities. So this was a tool for the owner and the manager of the enterprise in charge to run available resources effectively. And the costs for fuel in current terms and conditions, you understand this becomes an intrinsic part of steep costs for transporting goods and cargoes as well as passengers. So we developed the respective recommendations which are grounded in the system as it was over the last years. However, let me also draw your attention to the following. In the preamble to this document, you can see the background of the whole issue that you can read at your leisure time. Next, in the addendums 8, for example, here it speaks about the validity of the previous rations and norms as they were developed and employed. And in addendum 7, you can also see the main distinction between the methodological recommendations and the regulation issued by the ministry previously for the ease of and comfort of applying these norms. You can see this very briefly described, in particular in point 1.9, where it speaks about norms and rations of fuel consumption. Then, in a very concise way, we speak about saving fuel and the reserves, and these reserves are huge. Also, the employment and utilization means that we have established specific norms for such liquids as different kinds of reagents, which is called AdBlue, AUS 32. It also provides for rationing the utilization of power. In the methodology, it hasn't been regulated in terms of the impact that it's going to exert on consumption. But right now we are also adding an individual system of consumption, and this is all backed up with the necessary systems complying with the modes of transport. Also, based on the research conducted by the European Environmental Agency, this refers to green gas emissions, which are to do with oil-based products and their burning for fuel purposes. In order to plan for all of the materials, particularly during the time of martial law, and every enterprise tries to establish and create certain reserves just in case, so that they don't have any delays in providing replenishments. You can also see some of the amendments introduced for the point 317 concerning the consumption, where we take into account the substantial increase of the consumption of fuel during the time of hostilities. 3.8 continues with that. Next, what is also important, we had a quotient which was covering only special modes of transport. Now it is spread to other modes of transport, special vehicles, official vehicles. This is a very important point to note, especially when people go on business travel, particularly when they go outside urban areas. Also, amendments have been introduced with reference to different quotients for hybrid vehicles. Another very important section, added 3.6, relates to planning for the needs of fuel, materials and lubricants under martial law. That is to say that if an enterprise intends to create certain reserves within the restrictions under the legislative requirements, so this enterprise can count all of that, given all of the realistic needs, once again, given the environmental impact, understanding over which period of time these reserves will have to be functional for. So briefly, these are some of the major amendments and changes. Let us also draw your attention to these recommendations. We are speaking here in favor of very simple methods to automate the calculations and computations. When we speak about Microsoft Excel means which provide for substantial, significant streamlining in terms of computation. Also here we speak about the feedback that we can obtain in terms of utilizing these norms, piloting them. Basic norms are developed once again on a centralized level, covering the whole territory of Ukraine. Nobody in the whole world has come up with anything different from that. And in our follow-up presentation, I'm also going to speak about that at length, but in a different context. In addition to this document, to the methodology itself, as a separate file, as a separate brochure, we also have some basic norms of consumption for 168 basic norms. In this reading, we have more of those, something that the ministry has provided us in terms of the authority to develop these basic norms of consumption. That we are able to update these norms. And of course, based on the positive results of the piloting of these norms, all of them will be adapted respectively. So this is very briefly about what's taking place right now in terms of rationing the norms of fuel, lubricants, and other materials with reference to road transportation. And let me also add by saying that we are planning during the following 1.5 to 2 years. We very much hope that some of the national standards will be approved in this area, because right now we are only suggesting some recommendations. These are interim solutions, but the national standard instead, from the standpoint of accessible and available changes within the legal framework, will become mandatory.
The national standards, they are not voluntarily, but this is a single system today which assures the following: the Paris Climate Treaty, and especially as for the use of energy resources. This is the issue of energy security, our dependence on the import of oil products, and so this is a very relevant issue. If you permit, I will go to the following presentation. This presentation is related to scientific and technological provision for the implementation of international standards in the transport sector and the development of mechanical engineering in Ukraine. When we speak about the standards, in all these documents which are related to operation, and if you look at the synthesis of this previous year conference, all these requirements, they were published in this document, and together with Viktor, in this collection, this approach was under number 16, and we told we presented the approach from all kinds of aspects, and scientific, technological information for assuring of this technology. But in this presentation, I would like to focus your attention on the spectrum which is related to machine building and the capacities of the research institute, so that we would help the domestic machine builders and automobile producers to help producing the products which can fit the European standard and can go into other markets in the world, including the European Union, and of course for domestic needs. And today we are dependent very much in our fight with the enemy, not only in the machinery, civil machinery, but also the military, and there are no such capacities in the world which can supply our needs. And later we came to the understanding that Ukraine should establish its own local production of machineries of civil and military need. So let's come to the international standards which provide the safety requirements for wheeled vehicles. I will not go through all the standards. It will take me several hours, and this list is not complete. I will go only go faster through the slides. So you see the environmental requirements, noise, active security, active security in the sense of lights and visibility. Very many standards, passive security, what we call crash tests. So you see how many pages. General security and safety. This is the issue of gas, fuels, and the safety. Different vehicles, and the tires and the safeties, electromagnetic compatibility issue. So we will see that electric vehicle should be regulated as related to electromagnetic field influence on the people who are inside this vehicle. Also the issue of operational characteristics which have a big difference for the consumer. So the consumption of fuel, the protection from unsanctioned entrance. So what was Viktor was saying for the modern connected car, but for the wheeled vehicles, the security of entrance is very important now. But according to the Geneva Convention of 1958, for the approaches to road vehicles, there are global approaches with a very big number of the technical regulations, and to be compliant with which the manufacturer should assure. And inside of this variety of different standards, the very big importance is paid in the Europe in the sense of ecological security. This issue provides bigger damage than even the accidents. So the pollution per year in European Union is up to 400 euro per billion euros. Also, big costs are to prevent noise, and so as for Ukraine, we are among the first top-level countries through mortality because of pollution of air. First of all, in a big mass presence of people, especially in urban areas. So we tried to calculate these assessments and influence on the environment. It was about 2 to 3 billions, but we were criticized that we calculated too much. As for these numbers, this is the information on geographical coverage and the phases of introducing of standards on commercial transportation. These are the standards for buses and trucks. These are the norms and the introduction in different world regions as for CO2 introduction. And so if we say that there are international standards, and so we would ask us a question, why do we need the laboratories, and why should we measure all these elements in the environment? But the problem is that the standards, they have a declarative character, and they mainly show the capacity of the manufacturer, how can followed and observed. So this is it means that the system is not efficient. This is to show that these are our results tested in our laboratories on 1,200 vehicles. So these are the emissions in France, toxics of nitrogen by diesel and engines. So as for in laboratories and in real life. So as for Euro 6, we see that the real life norms are 6 times bigger. Also, people who are driving, they know that when they look at the efficiency of the engine and inside the car, and when you compare it with official the data, we understand that they don't have any relation to reality. Moreover, it means that the manufacturers, they reduce these CO2 emissions, but they are not confirmed by reality. They get them in artificial conditions, but normally on the roads they have achieved some level of reduction because of the design, but the standards as for the emissions of pollutive and the CO2 consumption of fuel, they work on paper. So this is the problem of imperfection of system of regulation in Europe and America and worldwide. Also, the talking that tomorrow we will go to electric cars. They don't have grounds. When we did the mathematic modeling of different technologies, the increase of electric transport in Ukraine, and also the scrap which is very popular now, transported from Ukraine. But when we see that several scenarios are provided for changing of different vehicles, so this is Euro 2, 3, and 4. And electric cars. So unfortunately, until 2050, we will have some replenishment of a fleet, but unfortunately, the majority there will be internal combustion engine vehicles. And coming to the security, we don't look at the new cars. Nothing to say about the cars which were imported 15, 20, 30 years ago. This is not the issue of safety of the design, prevention of protection of a person, and the outcomes of the protection as Adnan's metrics. We see the human factor as hardware and the infrastructure. So only this in combination will allow to reduce the consequences and to save lives. So the issue of creation in Ukraine of full-scale research center which will allow to test the following the international standard and to assure the operation on the roads according to different aspects, energy system and so on. So we can say that the documents which were produced for the last 2 years, what we need to do, all these documents were crashed against the finances of and state budget. So the last document is an action plan for implementation of association agreement between Ukraine and European Union. So we don't have financing until now. There is no political will to solve it. But on the other hand, the institute for the last 20 years solved this issue with its own possibilities and capacities, and the institute is as a body of certifying infrastructure and is accepted by Geneva Convention, and there is a big laboratory at the institute for the last several years when doing the tests. And we should mention that in 2022, the complex of equipment for testing of vehicles and engines was unique in Ukraine, and by the decision of Cabinet of Ministers, it was assigned the name of national achievement. So this is the only facility to get such name in Ukraine. And besides the photos of this facility with different types of road demarcations and also testing equipment for all kinds of vehicles, and this is the only place in Ukraine where the vehicles can be tested according to international standards, and we have the experience of modern measuring tools and the establishing of the emission gauges and sensors. For the first time in the ex-Soviet Union, we created this system, and we patented the system for detecting emissions which are according to Euro 6, and as for the volume of this project, we created the list of standards, as it was said at the beginning of this presentation, which we needed to follow. So this is the presentation on the standards. Sorry for the English, but the main cost of the project was 79 million euro, and at the first time there was the emission laboratory created, and we created the car testing ground. I would say that the real testing ground in very long ago, in 2013, we developed and approved by the ministry the feasibility study for such a vehicle testing ground. You see how many years, because until now we didn't have the land allocation, and unfortunately until now only the state didn't find the money, but we should make an emphasis on the main thing, that is to allow the state to establish the standards and to allow the domestic producers to develop their own products and to be a part of world automobile industry, not only inside Ukraine, but as compared to other powerful producers. We are capable now to develop and design the cars. So this is one of the buildings of the laboratories where we have the places supposed to be for testing the engines and electric motors, also testing of engines with transmissions, one cylinder unit for testing different fuels, special climatic testing premises to test the car in the low and high temperatures, and many systems, and according to the request of the ministry, we developed an investment plan, and with a short presentation during implementation of this project. The implementation will take 5 years.
In terms of financial details of the plan, which is also very important, I will demonstrate that in the last slide. At the first glance, it doesn't look to be commercial. However, talking about return on investment, it's incredibly efficient. And I'm going to granulate that more a bit later. I'm not going once again to dig deep into what the establishment of such a center will result in. It goes without saying that this is indispensable for the country if we mean to build our own economy, independent one, and take a particular place in the overall employment scheme, and not just to remain an agrarian country. In my presentation, we can see mentioning a lot the consumption, the consumers, and for such a testing or proving ground, it requires about 150 to 200 hectares of land. Once again, on the face of it, it doesn't look to be so much. However, in Ukraine right now, given all of the processes that took place in terms of privatization, land resources are scarce. Numerous countries, very developed countries, have such research and development centers, respective institutions which are government-run. And if we have a look at this background, in the first place, the governments were behind establishing such centers. Maybe later on, private businesses began to get involved too. Reverting to regulations. In terms of environmental pollution with traffic, I said right from the beginning, the technical regulation is rendered inefficient nowadays. This regulation needs to be compared with the employment of the traffic, and for that, of course, a special concept has been developed in the system of marking, developed once again at the request of the European Commission of the high level. It was approved in 2021. Once again, these materials can be found in the presentations of the previous years. It promises, based on the modeling that we apply, in which we applied some European methodologies for the city of Kiev, for example, for the oxides of nitrogen, there is a potential to reduce the amount of this substance, especially in massive concentrations of people. Something else that we have submitted to the Ministry of Infrastructure is a comprehensive approach given the life cycle of both vehicles and energy and fuel resources, starting with extracting raw materials, producing different kinds of fuels, manufacturing vehicles, utilizing these vehicles, building infrastructure for the transportation. All of this is closely linked with energy consumption, localization needs. So all of this will become an intrinsic part of this model. So lastly, what is the output for the country in terms of the investments if we make in these contemporary European standards? They will enable us to reduce the dependencies on the energy resources that contribute to air pollution, and we very much were guided by security issues. You can see 3 to 4 billion euros is the amount of losses that they have in Europe as a result of different accidents, and 5 to 6 billion euros a year is the cost of our energy dependence. So if we implement all of these European standards in an adequate way, and all of the indicators that I have mentioned before, so then we will save 1.5 to 2 billion euros. These will be the savings. 1.5 billion euros, it will be savings in terms of the environmental protection, and 1.4 billion euros is something that our country will be able to save just because we will not have to import a lot of different materials. So the establishment of the center will be recouped in just a couple of years. But once again, our country never has enough money for a contemporary research and development center, not until today. However, we do not despair, and we do all we can to develop this area so that at least on the basis of our institute, our institution, we will have a center that will enable the country to be guided by different kinds of approaches in order to help our mechanical engineers to create high technology products to be utilized both here in Ukraine and abroad. Once again, I apologize if I've taken more time than allocated. At this, I'm bringing my presentation to a close. Thanks a lot for your attention. And now it's the Q&A session for us to discuss and debate about everything you have heard today. We still have 50 participants online with us. It's 17:39. It's the half of the overall number of participants at the beginning of the day. I understand that you are the most endurant, and my congratulations for being so patient. Let us see if we have any questions on chat. There are no written questions, or are there? On YouTube, are there any questions posted by our audience members? No, none. Perhaps any one of you have any questions concerning some of the presentations, any comments or remarks to make? Thank you, Mr. Gorytski, for joining us right now. I would like you to run this discussion panel, if you please. No, let's do it together, shall we? I understand there are no questions posted, right? No, there are some questions, in fact. Yes, there are. Okay, you're welcome. Can you kindly tell us? Well, of course, thanks a lot for presenting the recommendations concerning the rationing on fuel materials and lubricants, etc. Can you kindly tell us what is being planned in terms of updating the standards for the different kinds of cooling substances and lubricants? Thanks a lot for this apt question. I beg your pardon. No, I think I have mentioned concerning lubricants as recommendations. Different levels are taken into account concerning the consumption of different oil products and lubricants for the whole car fleet on average and per a unit of transport, because all of these norms that have been functioning ever since the time of the approval of that document, under current reality, they are way too high. However, we did not dare implement those norms as mandatory ones because we understand the level of utilization, technical servicing, various challenges that entails. So this is once again more of recommendations for the owners. With reference to other types of fuels and liquids to be used in this respect, once again, there is no government funding allocated, and basically this remains the problem for the users to tackle, and our task is to help them with our methodology. So this is the way it is. But because the ministry has forwarded these authorities to us, and later on there will be the state standard developed, this once again allows us to update the documents accordingly and duly, because time is passing, standards are changing, everything is changing very swiftly, but the core problem, of course, is the lack of funding, which is why we're carrying out this research within the framework of that restricted funding that we get from the state. Thank you. Any more questions, please? I suppose this day has been really draining, exhausting for all of you. Yeah, I can see some people nodding in consent. Unless there are any more questions left, we still have 2 more days ahead, so let us spare our energies. And because we don't have any questions left, my proposal is to conclude the work of our conference. For today, I will say a few things. Should you come up with any questions, you can articulate your questions or raise your hands. If you have any reflections on today, you're welcome to ask your questions tomorrow, because once again, we'll be working tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Still no questions left? Then, let me announce this first day of our conference concluded, because basically we have carried out all of the assignments that we have set for ourselves. Of course, there are some postponements to tomorrow. We will begin to work with our agenda, which all of you have been sent. And let us deal with the remaining issues on our agenda. Thank you very much for your attention. Enjoy the evening and see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. Take care. Goodbye. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye.